Moores. That was definitely Roger Moore, yeah. The choice between telling Susanna and going alone. Luckily, we have that saved. Looks like we have to reset. We have to reset. It did a save log, or it did an ending log. Absolutely, we're gonna do that. What was it? 5? I want to say it was 5. And if it's not 5, then it's something else. The game disk and drive 2 doesn't match the save file? Reload the correct data from CD, yes. Oh god, how long is this gonna be? Yeah, we reached Hayworth. I'm just wondering why it's saying that. This'll take it a minute. Conquest 2 trailer. No, wait, there was no Conquest 2. Deathstalker 2 trailer. God, Deathstalker 2. Opening. Could watch the opening of Deathstalker 2. It's like 2 minutes. Yeah, this'll take a minute. I'm keeping an eye on it here. Yeah, I don't think there's any nudity in the beginning of the movie, so that's fine.
Is that where she keeps it?
Mm-hmm.
They got a completely different guy to play Deathstalker, and he's got a completely different approach. He's basically a completely different character. They shouldn't even have called this Deathstalker. It should have been its own thing. Yeah, FM Towns cut out an ending. I've heard about that. Okay, it's still loading. So bad. Deathstalker 2 was not Deathstalker 1. Oh, wait. Okay, cool. It worked. Oh, 3 is when they started really using a lot of, isn't that where they started really using a lot of footage from the first movie? And now, this used some footage from the first movie that was really baffling to me, because they didn't have to. They used a scene from Deathstalker 1 where a pig was eating, was eating a boar's head, a pig man was eating a boar head. And then they used it again in this, during a bar scene. That was a completely different bar, and there were no guys in pig suits in the bar, it just cut to that scene from the first movie. And then later on in this movie, there were guys in pig suits, so they had pig suits. Funny thing is, the guy who played Deathstalker in this movie, that's his ex-girlfriend. He was dating Monique Gabrielle at the time, who was also in the movie.
I'll have my revenge. And Deathstalker 2.
She was also in Munchie. I think it was Munchie she was in, which was by the same director. Turkish Star Wars. I've only ever seen the montage in Turkish Star Wars where he's like beating the hell, where he looks like Samwise Gamgee and he's like beating the hell out of the rock. He's like just open hand slapping a rock until it breaks. She said the entire name of the movie. Yeah, Munchie. Same director. Had a lot of This movie was way more entertaining than it should have been, by the way. This movie was way more entertaining than it had any right to be. And it has the lady from Deathstalker 2 as like a teacher. She's a teacher. It has the chick who said, and Deathstalker 2 in it. And it turned out it's the same director. Look at this awful fucking thing. Munchie was fucking hilarious. It was dumb. It was bad, but it was funny. I'm pretty sure it was yeah. I think Dom DeLuise voiced him. It was one of those late career Dom DeLuise's. Okay, so we gone back. We got one ending in Mirrors. We need to find the other endings in Mirrors because that was a lame ending. It was a happy ending, but there was no resolution, and the evil wasn't stopped. You were playing a house game and you look over and you see Munchie. Once the party was over, Susanna. Okay. So we're back at the end of the party right before the vacation. That was a bigger party than I expected. Well, I'm leaving for my holiday tomorrow. This reminds me, when are you going back to your apartment? I'll help you clean up. I'm getting out of bed late, so probably in the evening. You better steel yourself, though. I didn't tidy it one bit, so it's as messy as it was before we left for the tour. That bad, huh? Lucky for you, I enjoy cleaning. I'll bring some fresh ingredients so we can have dinner in your room instead of eating out. You're gonna cook for me? I look forward to that. I'm not sure I'll even be able to fall asleep now. Oh god, am I after the letter? I guess we'll find out. I don't think I am. But you have to. You'll have nightmares again if you don't rest properly. Oh shit, okay. I need to go back. I need to go back. Okay, so it was save 5? It might have been save 5. I hope it wasn't save 4. Maybe it was save 5. I think it, okay. All right, let's see. It was save 4. Fuck. Oh, I hope I didn't overwrite it by mistake. I hope I didn't overwrite it by mistake. We'll have to go to save 3 or something. Okay. Save 4. Yes. All right. Here's the Munchie trailer. You guys want to watch the Munchie trailer? Same director as Deathstalker 2. You can just watch all of Munchie. Bear in mind, this is a shit film.
Gage Dobson is the new kid in the neighborhood. His mom's in love with a jerk.
I'm gonna be your new father, whether you like it or not.
He's not doing so well at his new school.
Unless your grades improve in math, I may have to fail you.
There she is! That was Deathstalker 2 lady.
Is getting him nothing but trouble.
Fire! Suspension.
Life's not looking so great for Gage.
I wish I was dead.
To be or not to be? Arriba.
Until...
Who said that?
Me, I did, pal. I'm your new friend. I help, I dazzle, I make better.
Roger Corman and New Horizons Home Video bring you the family fantasy adventure, Munchies.
Good old Roger Corman.
The video blockbuster, Munchies. Now Munchies come to school to help Gage with a few class projects. Like getting back at the school bully.
Geronimo.
Helping Gage...
That was a solid uppercut.
I think we can do better than that.
So bad.
Bunny cakes.
And making a fool out of the principal.
I'm pretty sure that was Monique Gabrielle, too. I'm pretty sure that was Monique Gabrielle.
One large pepperoni pizza coming up.
But when Munchie tries to get rid of Gage's evil stepfather, things start to get a little out of hand.
Fucking UFO pizza.
This is a lesson in spontaneous combustion. He's been out to sabotage this entire evening.
That's ridiculous.
You should never ask for anything unless you really want it.
So join Munchie and his friends as they soar away on a magical fantasy adventure starring Lonnie Anderson,
You get whatever it is back.
Lonnie Anderson.
Andrew Stevens,
I'm gonna arrest him.
Artie
Well, way to spoil the movie.
You introduce him to me?
Spoiled the whole movie.
Jackson,
Okay, you got me. Where are the cameras?
and Dom DeLuise as the voice of Munchie.
Hey, sometimes you gotta help people in spite of themselves.
God, look at how fucking awful it is. It's so fucking repulsive.
Munchie.
It's an absolutely repulsive puppet. It's like the most horrid puppet imaginable. I like its cold, dead eyes. No. Okay, they were all practicing in earnest. Okay, wait. I don't know if we're at the letter part yet. The closing party, thank God. The Thames, yes. All right. All right, I think we're near the letter. Showbiz Pizza Bear. Okay, yes, I think we're okay. I hope we're okay. Unless it did save over. If it saved over, then we have to go back even further. Oh, fuck. Because I accidentally brushed 4 when I hit 1 when I saved. Now we'll find out. I may have saved it in 7 or 6 or something. We'll find out. We'll find out. 7-inch record from Showbiz Pizza Place. The gorilla singing Blueberry Hill as Banana Hill. That's awesome. That's amazing. That's fantastic, Father Axe Keeper. That's a treasure right there. All right, we're just kind of skipping through this because we've already read all this. We're going for alternate routes. The animatronics controls encoded in the groove. That would be sick. Yeah, that makes sense too. I wonder how they did that. I've never been to a showbiz. I think that was before my time. I know that Rich Evans famously went to showbiz when he was a birthday boy. That fucking picture. That's what we're gonna find out. I didn't know for years. I did not know for years that this was Rich Evans from Red Letter Media. For years I didn't know this. That poor kid. Okay, yep. Yeah, they're talking about the ring. The ring's a mystery. They're trying to solve the mystery ring. You think not much after it? Yeah, not much after it, yeah. I just don't think I really... I was a Chuck E. Cheese kid. One of my fondest birthday memories was playing the Jurassic Park rail shooter that was in the big fucking Jeep that would, like, wiggle around at Chuck E. Cheese. I thought that was the coolest shit ever. I thought it was just the absolute coolest shit. Because you had, like, these machine guns and you would, like, shoot, like, fucking Apatosaurus legs to get them out of your way so you wouldn't crash the car. Oh, were they the same company? So I guess it was Showbiz. I guess they changed it to Chuck E. Cheese. I see. I see. That makes sense. That does make sense. Yeah, okay, they're arguing about tea. Clark made tea for once. Vince had to eat fish and he hates fish, so he's upset about it and he's talking about it. Because that's important. Okay. Jesus, I hope this is... I swear, if I saved over it, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so mad if I saved over it. This is so far back. The following day, President Richard gathered a band in the host. Okay, to discuss future plans. This is good. Pre-orders for the next song. Andrew spoke. Oh god, maybe I saved over it. It should have been by now. Uh-oh. God, if I hit fucking 4, I'd brush the 4 when I hit 1. I was like, man, I hope I didn't save over that. I have to give tonight's concert some extra oomph. Okay, they're talking about the oomph. Don't go overboard with the oomph, David. Showbiz bought Chuck E. Cheese, but over time, they went with the Chucky brand because it was more popular. It makes sense. Showbiz animatronics were a little more frightening. Yeah, they were a little more creepy. Yeah. Okay, so they're talking about their vacations. Oh god, I swear we have to go so far back if I did that. I'll see if I can't change the options a little to make the fucking text go really fast. If that happens, and we'll just blast through it. Okay, if they end up back in the fucking... Yeah, I'll have to go to slot 3 then. Unless it's in like 7 or 8. I don't think it is. Okay, they're getting coffee. Come on, fingers crossed. Okay. This may be good. This may be good. Nobody's talked about the letter yet, and now the band is doing its band stuff. Rentby? How did Rentby deal with this problem? Oh, yeah. Oh, the company Rentby. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I like that. I like how Rentby does visual novels, so you can just... Yeah, the game just stores that you've seen that, so you can skip. You can skip everything that you've seen. Chuck E. Cheese is one of those things where you hear Americans talking about it and assume they're pranking you. It's just a pizza place with an arcade. Has animatronic, like, rats and shit. Okay, I get you, I get you. It's over. I love how, like, he ends the song and they just stand there still and then he says it's over and then they freak out and start clapping. Martin was delighted. You could tell because of his hat. Okay, so that's the last final concert. Wasn't a big deal. People were relieved that nothing insane happened. Oh, but what about the... What about the letter? Oh, thank God. Okay, we're fine. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness, I thought I went too far back. This is the letter. We have to... Okay. So we received a letter. Fucking hell. I was losing it for a second. Alright. We're gonna save this. It went all the way back there? Oh, I might have saved... you know what? I may have saved that as 5 and then saved the next save as 5. Either way. Oh, man. Now I need to see if Monique Gabriel was in Munchie, because I'm very sure she was. She had to be. Yeah. Yeah, she was a Munchie. I ain't fucking... Damn, Google. Thank goodness for the blur tool. I mean, I don't know what I expected. Takes it so long. I got to see Monique Gabriel's naked boobs and you didn't. Ah! No, Chuck E. Cheese was pretty sick. Let me see if I can't find that Jurassic Park rail shooter. Because it was fucking awesome. Yeah, sorry, Axe Keeper. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Rail shooter. Was it this one? Was it? Oh, shit. I think it might have been... I think it might have been this. It was only a 20-minute game. I think it was this. I think it was this. Yes, it was! Oh, look how fast you're going. You're in the Jeep. And the Jeep would, like, wiggle around. So you'd be, like, doing this shit while trying to aim. It was so good. Like it had fucking suspension. No. It'll tell you where to shoot for some reason. Like, where the hell else am I gonna shoot? Weird sideshows, games to cheat you, shit food. I liked the pizza. But this is the takeaway. This is what was the takeaway. Look at how fucking fast it is. It's so insane. It's so insane. Look at how fucking fast shit's moving. Like, the scenery's just changing every 3 seconds. Wait, is this the one with the big giant feet? Yes, it is. God, we made it pretty far then. I remember it being more 3D. I didn't know it was sprite-based. It looked 3D to me, though. I was like playing Genesis games. Never knew it was sprite-based. Oh, this was my favorite. This was like one of my favorite parts. So good. We got the. I want the giant Apatosaurus feet. That's what I want to see. Yeah, this shit right here. Yeah, this part. I remember gaming over at this part a lot because it was hard to shoot them because you didn't really know where the fuck the car was going. Oh, shit. It's so good. Yeah. It was amazing. Dragon Slayer was new. Oh, boy. Dragon Slayer was a good game. Lucky and Wild. Yeah, this is Lucky and Wild. I never played Lucky and Wild. I only went there once, and it had that. It had that, and it was just the thrill of my life. Once the party was over, Susanna visited David in his room. Here we go. I'm so tired. That was a bigger party than I expected. Well, I'm leaving for my holiday tomorrow. This reminds me, when are you going back to your apartment? I'll help you clean up. Okay, yeah, we gotta... You have a tab that just says Dick. Do I really? Yeah, it's Dick the Birthday Boy. It was Dick the Birthday Boy. It says Dick the Birthday Boy because I had to find this. The Showbiz... Because I wanted to show the Showbiz Pizza Bear and also the very unfortunate picture of Rich Evans. Which I never knew was Rich Evans forever. Yeah, that was Dick the Birthday Boy. I'm getting out of bed late. Okay. Yeah, okay, so they gotta do the bed shit. Showbiz Pizza Bear is a scary fucking thing. It really is. That was like a creepypasta image for years. And then Red Letter Media finally did an episode where they were like, yeah, that's Rich Evans. That's Rich when he was 5. And it was true. I think he was 5. It was something like that. He was a little kid. He was probably thrilled. He was probably thrilled at the time. Okay. Now, the choice I made was this here. I'm gonna resave this as slot. I'm gonna resave this as slot 4. I'm also gonna go ahead and save this as slot 2. Why not? Wait, an ancient meme? The Dick the Birthday Boy shirt? My birthday's coming up in February, guys. You have 2 choices. The ninja outfit or the I fuck on the first date shirt. I'm good with either. He decided to tell Susanna about it. Yeah, yes. I didn't tell Susanna last time, and that apparently changed the ending. That was an ending flag. This is an ending flag. We're gonna tell Susanna everything about the letter we just read. That was the letter from the tabloid guy who was actually an associate of the Northern Wizards, who are apparently bad. Yeah, I think that's what made it funny. It was the smug look on the kid. It was bad. It was bad. It might have been a Photoshop. It could have been a Photoshop. But it was still funny. It was the smug look. It was the smugness that made it funny. Yeah, that's ancient. That is an ancient meme. That's no choice at all. Speaking of dreams, take a look at this letter. Someone left it for me at the front desk. It mentions the devil. Well, they both have the same message. They both have the same message. Who wouldn't immediately bed a full-ass ordained ninja? For me, it's, you know what? Speaking of ancient memes, I wonder what Mr. Cool Ice is doing these days. I wonder what Mr. Cool Ice is doing these days. Oh, no. Wait, let me... Hold up, can I find it? Is that really the only image source? Okay, save it. Yeah. Wonder what Mr. Cool Ice is doing these days. Look at how cool Mr. Cool Ice is. He got totally jacked last time you saw. Oh shit. Oh shit. People actually know where he is now. Oh crap. What is this? Icy hot stunt immortalized. Blade! Email us, yo. We may not answer because we got too many hoes. Y'all can try, though. Oh, shit. Speaking of dreams, take a look at this letter. Okay, new content. We made it. We made it to new content area. Take a look at this letter. Someone left it for me at the front desk. It mentions the Devil King. Blood drained from Susanna's face as she read the letter. By the end of it, her hands were shaking. Susanna, is something wrong? No, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Anyway, it does mention the Devil King. How would they know about your dreams? The blood drained out of her face. I've wondered that myself. I've only mentioned it once to the guys during the tour. Maybe they told someone else. No, she's fine! She's fine! We found out she's legit! They had a baby! They had a baby together! She's fine! Honestly, best ending, possibly.
What happened here?
Definitely the least entertaining, but definitely a good ending. We got good ending. Maybe it was a tabloid reporter who sent you to the letter. Maybe they may try to write an article linking your popularity to an occult part or something. That would be very bad. Dumb 90s memes. Those people know how to get a story out of it. You know what? I'm not going. I'm not going. Agreed. If they were legit, they'd just come talk to you directly. Unfortunately, when you're popular, you also attract a lot of weirdos. I'm glad I showed you the letter. With that load off my shoulders, I feel so sleepy now. No, Couch. All your base is fine. Don't look up the other two. No, delete that evil... I got... No, don't ban them. Jeez. Just delete. No, don't look up that evil. You can look up all your base, that's fine. I can silence you! I have the power! Between the concert and the party, I don't know how I'm still up and about either. I'll go home and sleep. Have a good night. Dude, seriously, don't look up Goatsy or Tub Girl. Don't look those up. They're bad. You know... God, all right, the fucking self-censoring made me think of that one IRC chat where a guy convinced some other guy that if you put your password in, a bot would detect it.
I'm gonna go
and it would turn the password into stars. He was like, oh, like this? And he types in his real password. The guy's like, yeah, just like that. I can't read it. Nobody here can read it.
This site is all about ninjas, real ninjas. This site is awesome. My name is Robert and I can't stop thinking about ninjas. These guys are cool, and by cool, I mean totally sweet.
Totally sweet.
Facts: 1. Ninjas are mammals. 2. Ninjas fight all the time. 3. The purpose of the ninja is to flip out and kill people.
I mean, is it wrong? Is it inaccurate, guys? Thank you for the 100 bits, Josh. Susanna left the room. David laid down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Okay, new shit. We're in new shit territory. New shit is happening.
See this face? Yes.
God,
this is my
speaking of ancient shit. Ninja facts. I actually don't think you can find the real dude. I don't know what to call him without saying it. Oh, Hunter 2. Yeah, that's what it was. It was the Hunter 2 password. Yeah. Yeah, the Hunter 2 password. That's what it was. The following day, David woke up around noon. He was still anxious about that letter without receiving any further communication from the sender. He prepared to leave the hotel. So does he talk to him anyway? Susanna opened the door and walked into the room. Are you ready, David? I've already brought all my stuff home, so once you're done checking out, we can have a real vacation. Whoever sent me that letter never contacted me again. I guess they weren't serious after all. Let's go, Susanna. I feel like this is bad. This could be a bad path. Because we never met. I never met with them. After leaving the hotel, they took a cab to David's apartment. That is fun to type with one hand. After tidying up the room, Susanna started cooking as she had promised. This is probably the first time this room is filled with such a delicious smell. I usually just heat up some instant meals. What's gonna happen? When would you like to leave for the countryside? Everything's going faster. There wasn't the whole... oh, gross. It's so gross in here. There was none of that. She just immediately started cooking. I'm ready when you are. Suppose it's best to leave ASAP. 2 weeks don't last that long. Unless that was earlier. How about tomorrow? Hayworth isn't very far from here. We can go there by car, and by car, we can take as many detours as we want. Yes, now he doesn't know about King of the North servants trying to contact him. Fewer people will see us travel. Yeah, they're all relaxed and shit. They're gonna get killed. This is bad ending path. All right, it's ready. Sit down. I made your favorite. Somebody cussed you out for using an old... Was it... What? Which one? What? A Spider-Man meme. David's first night of the vacation passed wonderfully without a single nightmare. Probably because Susanna was sleeping right next to him. Aww. The next day around noon, David's car left the M3 motorway entering the A30 road. They were being tailed by Clark and Vince. Okay, more shit's happening. I don't know, lol. I don't know, lol. Got him mad. I don't know, lol. Wait, where's the Spider-Man version? What the... What, this one? Okay. Well. What's the guy who... Was his name Octavius? Oh, okay, that's why. Well, who knew David and Susanna were an item? We could make a boatload of cash selling pictures of their vacation together. That's only as long as nobody else finds out about it. At any rate, they're supposed to be heading for Hayworth, like in the Wuthering Heights, but... Why aren't they taking the A6? You got banned from a Twitch channel for saying, ooh, people are fucking idiots. Some people are idiots, guys. If you're on the A30 on your vacation, you're probably going to Salisbury. You know, Stonehenge. That's weird. That's bizarre, guys. What channels are you guys going to get banned for saying ooh? Stonehenge, huh? Fitting spot for the Devil King. By the way, it turns out that Susanna's mother's known in some circles as a sorceress and fortune teller, and Susanna's hobbies includes fortune telling as well. Yeah, we're getting the same beats, but they're going way faster. That's not good. Now you mention it, all the people she met during the tour had something to do with divination. Maybe David's ring has something to do with it. He has no special interest in fortune telling, but he does like that ring. It wouldn't surprise me if our client was connected to that staff, considering how concerned they are about it. That's weird. I guess. Wow. You know, wow is a meme. You know, memes have existed for thousands of years. That's surreal. That's just... It's like they get on a power trip. I think it's a power trip or something like that. Some people just can't handle the extreme power that comes with being a streamer and being able to ban people. They just can't handle that incredible authority that's like brimming under, direct, like just right under my skin. Just that incredible strength. They just can't handle it, and it goes out of control. So stupid. Man, jeez. Yeah, pretty much. That's fucking stupid. Now, it's lame shit. You're not banned here. Are we getting involved in some kind of conflict between light mages and dark mages? Let's drop the case, Chief. I don't like occult stuff. We're professionals. We can't drop a case once we take it. With that said, the contract only covers David's vacation. I'll turn down any further requests. Yeah, you can say it. I don't care. I was messing with you. I was just telling people don't search those. As the sun began to set, David and Susanna arrived in Salisbury. Instead of staying at the luxurious Red Lion Hotel, they parked their car in front of the smaller Cathedral Hotel. Something. Esports... Oh, God, I'm glad I'm not near it. Shortly after 9 p.m., they left the hotel and entered the A360 road. There's this kind of mental degradation that comes from playing a single game for years. Like, there is a certain, like, brain rot that comes from playing... Remember, entire PC98 libraries, 100, like, gigabytes. There's, like, thousands, hundreds of games. There are literal thousands of games on pretty much each major console, not even counting PC. Settling for a single one for years strikes me as somebody who's already probably a little insane. Like, that's when you start getting weird reactions, like banning people for saying oof. Yeah, see, it's more of an insane asylum than it is a sport. The headlights of their car shone light on the road as they drove through vast fields and pastures lit by starlight. Yeah, let's pass around gross shit isn't really a... Because now there's a far higher chance of somebody going, only one cup, you say? Like, so it doesn't really hit as hard as it used to. The internet isn't quite as innocent as it was then. They won't let you inside Stonehenge during the day. It's much better during the night. It's quiet and nobody's around. We can stand in the middle of Stonehenge and look at the stars. Let's go right into the middle of Stonehenge, honey. They're gonna die. Yeah, this is a bad ending. This is a bad end. Oh, shit. My cursor was over his eye and I thought his eye looked weird. I've been to Stonehenge before, but never during the night. I feel like it would be pretty ominous without lights. Don't find out what the cup is. Don't look up the cup. There are further fields around. We must be getting close. The headlights of the car illuminated the megaliths of Stonehenge. David parked the car at the end of the paved road. Although there were no artificial lights, those enormous boulders, arranged in a circle, were clearly visible under the starlight. It was like a scene from a fantasy world. Oh, fuck off with that! Fuck off, Plague. Oh, ban Plague Ward. Not really. Jesus Christ, don't remind me of that shit. Oh! Oh, delete it. Delete the fucking... No. Oh! Oh! This is the center of Stonehenge. Look, David, if you turn south, you can see a very bright star and a gap between the stones. I approve of this deletion policy. You can see the stars from here, too. Maybe it's because there's no moon tonight, but the sky seems covered with stars. It's like we're floating in space. No, yeah. It was an innocent enough sentence, out of context. Standing near Susanna, David looked up towards the southern skies. He could only see the stars above him, however. And the huge stones were covering the view south. Where's this gap you mentioned? I can't see anything south. You see that cavity in the stones in front of you? Look at the top of the stone sitting above and connected to the top of that other stone. Try crouching a little. What are you talking about? Whoa! That's definitely a bright star. I'm surprised I didn't notice it earlier. What star is it? It was just a message saying Josh is a nice dude. Yeah, that's all it was. Oh, there it is. There it is, I see it. That's the Belmare Comet. It approaches Earth once every 300 years. It shouldn't be it. That's the Dark Star. He doesn't know about the Dark Star. Or he kinda does. It should be at its closest in a week. Its apparent magnitude is about 5, so it's not particularly famous. It's not just a message saying Joss is a nice dude. It's not that. It's not that. Is it really only 5? It looks bright as the moon to me. That's only because you're seeing it between the stones. Even this way, I can barely make it out. You must have exceptional eyesight. When I look at that star, I feel like I can sense the power of the universe itself. What happens during our concert seems so small in comparison. The universe is amazing! We're talking about the... Gazing at the stars is romantic, but I can't do what you do. What's it like, sensing the power of the universe? I don't think I'm doing anything special. You're not thinking I'm gonna change into the Devil King, are you? I'm still the same as ever. Yeah, it's another image that you should never Google, ever. Don't do it. Don't do that one. Don't do any of them, but definitely don't do that one. Would it be so bad, though? As the Devil King, you could fly among the stars. Then you could hold me, and we could fly together like Superman. Or Peter Pan. Okay, they're just trying to die at this point. They're like acting stupid. After a while, their car left Stonehenge. Whoa, it was peaceful! Oh, I guess because he didn't talk to the guy, the Northern tribes didn't know they were gonna be there. Clark and Vince emerged from the shadow of a megalith. They walked to the center of Stonehenge, where David and Susanna had been standing a few moments earlier. They turned their eyes towards the southern sky. I think I see it, Chief. That Belmare Comet Susanna was ranting about. Looks like any other star, though. Was astronomy one of Susanna's hobbies? I never heard about this Belmare Comet once in my entire life. What about you? I barely know about Halley's Comet. Is it that strange that Susanna knows about it? Nothing weird chatting about stars while stargazing with your boyfriend. No spooky evil old man club. No weird shepherds. Clark looked around as if considering whether to inspect the area or not. Eventually, he and Vince got in their own car and left Stonehenge. And then the dream. Okay, shit's getting weird. We got weird music. In one of the hotel's double rooms, Susanna was sleeping peacefully. David, who was sleeping next to her, woke up and looked around the room. Davido. Did someone call out to me? A man's voice. It couldn't have been Susanna. Oh, someone's calling my name. Davido. Magnitude means for stars, each lower number is brighter by the 5th root of 100. Magnitude is 1 is 100 times brighter than 5. Oh, okay, so it's like golf scoring. Golf scoring. So magnitude 1 is super high. It's more of a ranking system then. No one cares about... I literally just read your astronomy trivia. I literally just read it. Oh, it was a hoax the whole time? Jesus. David, that's a creepy image. That's even creepier than the last image. Who are you? Show yourself. I am King Hroth. I live on in your blood. The Star of Darkness is calling. The time has come for the Devil King to return. The voice was loud and clear as if it came from inside the room. David looked around, but there was no one else besides him and Susanna. By laying your eyes on the blood of the northern tribes, my blood shall seethe within your veins, and the Devil King shall be reborn. That is only possible now that the Star of Darkness shines upon the earth. This face feels very... I screwed around with D-paint for a bit. They just had to make it creepy. Are you saying I had the blood of the Devil King? I don't care about that. I'm fine the way I am. I don't want to become a devil. That will not do. The King of the North will hunt you down and kill you in order to sever the bloodline of the Devil King. The battle has begun the moment the Star of Darkness first shone upon this planet. There's no such thing as a King of the North in this day and age. You've only been showing me nightmares and visions of vengeance from a time long past. And even if there were a King of the North, I can't just kill someone. You have been exposed to the light of the Star of Darkness. Your power as the Devil King is already manifesting, and the northern tribes took notice. By denying your call as the Devil King, you are willingly accepting death. My power as the Devil King. Enough of this nonsense. David shouted loudly, waking Susanna up. What's wrong, David? Who are you talking to? The sound of Susanna's voice brought David back to himself. He could no longer hear King Hroth. You're sweating like crazy. Did you have a nightmare? It was neither a nightmare nor a vision. I was talking to King Hroth himself. He said the blood of the Devil King flowed in my veins. I don't want to believe it, but I think I have to accept it. You're gonna think of the Devil King stuff now? Apparently their shit gets a little ethereal, so it might help. King Hroth, you say? I didn't hear anyone. I knew it. You possess amazing powers that no one else has. What did he tell you? He said that now that the Star of Darkness is close, I have to lay my eyes on the blood of the northern tribes. Awaken as the Devil King, and have my revenge upon the King of the North. But I'm not a murderer. The Star of Darkness from beyond the end of the universe. The Belmare Comet. If that's the case, then it would be at its closest point 1 week from now. Did he mention where to find the King of the North? No, nothing about it. He said that because I've already manifested the power of the Devil King, the northern tribes will come to kill me. Listen, Susanna, I think it'd be best if you returned home alone. It's a bad idea. No, I can't live without you. The Susanna from your visions always remained at her king's side. I want to do the same. You know what? Susanna's best girl. She's not bad. She might have killed Claire, but she's not bad. She only did it for love. This has become one hell of a vacation. What's gonna happen to me if I become the Devil King? Will I be able to keep singing? So, cheer up, David. Here, take this pill and get some sleep. David took the pill and calmed down, falling asleep in Susanna's arms. David and Susanna left the hotel early in the morning, taking the A30 road to Bath. How's it going, Mike? Welcome in, Mike. How's it going? Oh, shit. What the heck? Oh, that's hilarious. I tried shouting you out and it took the Hornet with me. So it said Hornet Mike IL93 and it said it had a problem. Yeah, we're going all over the UK. All over it. I grew up in Hayworth. Is it Hayworth? Sounds right. After my mother passed away and I was raised by her dearest friends, Mr. and Mrs. Lands, I'm sure they'll treat you well. Oh, so she's taking him to the Lands family anyway. Do you really think the Northern Tribes would come looking for me? This is the modern age. We have the police for one thing. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely have a good night. I'm glad you stopped by before bed. If you drove this much, your ass would be sore. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I've driven a lot. I've been in a lot of places in a car, like, for long periods. It sucks. Think about it. Those nightmares, those visions you have, those aren't natural. The Devil King is real, and so is the King of the North. It's kind of a weird track. I like it. We just passed Bath. If we take the M5 motorway, we can stop for lunch in Bristol. Good idea. We haven't had breakfast, so I'm feeling a little peckish. Feeling it might peckish. Hayward. Yeah, that makes sense. David parked the car at Maxwell Plum Restaurant in Bristol. The Maxwell Plum. I'd like your finest plums. As he and Susanna sat down at a table, Clark and Vince entered as well, sitting down at a nearby table. I love how they're like very clumsily tailing. Thank God we stuck that bug on their door. They usually wake up in the afternoon, but they left the hotel early in the morning. I wonder what happened. When I mentioned the Bellmare Comet, our client kept asking for more details. Then they told me to keep a closer eye on David. Something's definitely up. I don't like this, Chief. Call me paranoid if you want, but there's been weird murders around us ever since we've been on this case. It's like wherever Susanna goes, someone ends up dead, even if she's not involved. Shit. Clark spake. Maybe I should have one of my friends in the business investigate the client. It'll be fine as long as he doesn't drop my name. The phone number the client's using could be a good place to start. Please do. To know the enemy, know your allies, or something like that. Or whatever. Alright, I'll call him. You keep an eye on our couple. Clark left to make a phone call. It's all playing out different. We're not getting attacked by like a million fucking... We're not getting attacked so much. While Clark was using the phone booth, Susanna herself walked towards it, waiting for her turn. I really expected the, Oh, well, I guess he didn't lead us into a trap, so we were right not to take the letter. After finishing his call, he waited until Susanna was looking away to return to his table, unnoticed. Once Susanna came back to her table, Clark went back to the phone booth one more time, returning shortly after. Nice job with the bug. Let's rewind this baby, find out who she was talking to. I'm lucky I had this wiretap with me. I wasn't expecting her to make a phone call right after me. Let's hear it already. I feel weird just looking at this tape. I'll listen to it first. Damn it, they're leaving! David and Susanna paid their bill and left. Clark and Vince left in a rush. Both cars were driving along the A30 road. As it was a working day, the road was clear. The cars were moving at a fast pace. Why don't we listen to the tape, Jeep? Nobody will be able to hear us here. Clark started playing the tape, though unclear due to the noise voices could be heard. I'll be there later today. Tell the others to meet me at the predetermined location. There's no doubt that David has inherited it, but we have yet to... Where are you now? The Northern Tribes could make a move any time now. You must hurry. About the Northern Tribes, David hasn't noticed yet, but the two detectives are still following us. Have you found out anything about their client? We managed to take a picture, but our mark has managed to elude us. Then we'll let them roam free for the time being until we know the identity of their client. We may have another chance soon. Talk to you soon. The conversation ended there. She was talking to a woman. The two detectives. Who could those be? Now we gotta find detectives following them? It's gotta be us. So Susanna knows we're tailing her. What do we do now? I get it now. Remember when she was waiting around near the Tower of London? She was confirming her suspicions. Well, now they know about us, so I guess we can investigate with impunity now. Looks like they're heading for Hayward. Ugh! It's too far away to reach it within the day, though. They'll probably stay somewhere along the way. Now this feels like the more correct path. I'm not sure. We'll find out soon enough. Anyway, it looks like Susanna's friends are also looking into our client. They mentioned the Northern Tribes. David's car left the highway and entered Stratford, the birthplace of William Shakespeare. They drove through the countryside along the River Avon. Rather than entering the town, David's car took a small road that followed the Avon Canal, a small agricultural waterway tributary of the River Avon. Finally, they reached a farmhouse in the middle of a large field. Susanna knocked at the door and they were greeted by a couple in their 50s. David and Susanna were greeted with a smile and invited inside. Clark and Vince stopped their car and watched from a distance. However, they did not seem to get out of the car. Susanna introduced David to the couple. David, these are Gerd Holly and his wife Harriet. We used to visit them often when my mother was still with us. We were on our way through the countryside, and when I thought about you, I wanted to see you again. Would you mind if we stayed for the night? Harriet! You could stay for as many days as you'd like, sweetie. It's just the two of us here. We could use the company. Mr. Gerd, are you still studying magic? No, I'm nowhere good as... This is the most north guy I have ever seen. This is the northest of dark wizards. I'm nowhere good as dear as your mother... nowhere near as good as your mother was. But people still come to me to have their fortunes told, even if they don't always come true. How about you? I had to focus on my work, so I pretty much forgot all about it. I'd like to study it again once I have some free time. Oh, easily. Easily. I always wonder that. I always wonder if like, every now and then you'll get a VN that turns into an anime, but sometimes I wonder, like, how many of them are out there that could just make really good big-budget shows. Whoa, you used to know magic? The Wicker Man. The movie with the best remake. My mother was a sorceress, you see. She was pretty famous. So I used to imitate her. I used to never touch lizards and frogs, though. The Susanna from my visions was also a sorceress. If you're her descendant, you might be able to become a first-rate sorceress yourself. Harriet called out from the dining room. Dinner's ready. It's simple countryside cooking, but it's definitely better than what they serve at those fancy restaurants out there. Before they knew it, the table was covered with dishes. Mr. and Mrs. Holly were intently listening to David as he talked about his life in the music world. Their dinner continued late into the night. I don't really want to stretch too much. Sometimes it'll, like, pull it. Why don't we go for a walk, David? There's no pubs and neon lights around, only fields, but I guarantee it's the freshest air you'll ever breathe. David was indeed tired of talking and wanted to be alone with Susanna, so he agreed. How is it more peaceful than... Because we didn't fall into the trap. It was a trap. The letter was an obvious trap. But you weren't sure because you weren't quite trusting Susanna either. Now we know Susanna seems to be legit. David and Susanna went for a night stroll. As they walked along the path in the field, they could hear the sound of water flowing through the canal. The canal could be crossed over it through a small bridge. David and Susanna leisurely walked over it. Susanna, I remember this place. It was in one of my nightmares. You were attacked by two men and then they stabbed you. You fell in the river. That was a different nightmare. And now there's two men beyond the bridge, just like the dream. They're getting closer. Do you think the King of the North sent them? In my nightmare, there were two men behind us as well. We had nowhere to run. Susanna, do you mind looking behind us? It's too dark to tell, but it doesn't look like there's anyone there. At least that's different from the nightmare. Look out, they're approaching us. The two men approached them, glaring at David. They pulled out knives and attempted to stab him. David twisted his body, dodging the knife, and grabbed the man's arm. The man spun in the air, falling square to the ground. Seeing this, the other man approached David more carefully, while the first one picked up his knife and got up again. Afraid for their lives, Susanna screamed, "Help! Someone help us!" Susanna, go call Mr. Holly. I can't. There's 2 more men on the other side. It's like your nightmare. David shivered as he saw 2 more men running their way. It's a great scream. The screams in this are great. The audio, what voice files are in this game are all great. The 2 assailants ran away the moment they noticed the 2 figures approaching. Really? Oh, it was the cops! Those were the 2 figures behind them. Susanna turned towards the 2 men approaching them, who turned out to be Clark and Vince. Hey, are you okay? Those guys had knives. We're fine, thanks. For a while, we thought you were with them. It's taken such a different turn. We look like murderers to you? Don't answer that. We heard a scream and we came running. Could have turned real ugly real fast. I'm grateful, and I mean that. Would you mind telling us what brought that on? Those men were armed. We should inform the police. David threw 1 man into a burning piano. How's it going, Shadrock? I don't know what to say. They didn't say a word. They just took out their knives and assaulted us. Must really have it in for you. This is my first time in this town. I've never done anything that would make people hate me to death. Are you with the police? Nah, just curious. Maybe they figured a couple walking alone in the night would be easy to mug. Anyway, be careful on your way back. Susanna thanked Clark, holding David's hand tight as they left. Clark and Vince stayed there a while, making sure nothing else happened. My gut tells me the purpose of our investigation is giving someone the info they need to find and kill David. We better find out more about our client before they take away our license. This is good. This is good shit. Could it be our client is related to those northern tribes, and that they believe David is a descendant of this Devil King? I mean, who else would want him dead? There's no proof of that, but it might very well be, much as I hope not. This is so good. David and Susanna returned to the Hawley household. They did not mention the incident. The rest of the night was luckily uneventful. This game is, it's so good. The way the paths are branching is really well done. Game? Okay. David and Susanna woke up early the next morning and set off. Their car drove past the hills of Manchester towards Hayworth. David, those men who attacked us from the northern tribes, their bloodline survived throughout history to this very day. So I might actually die if I don't become the Devil King, like King Hroth said. I don't know what to expect anymore. I'm going to keep you safe. I'll get in contact with friends of my mother's. They're sorcerers. They'll help us find the King of the North. Everything's going to be fine once he's dead. Uh-huh. Murder is wrong. Killing is bad. And wrong. I'd rather talk to the police about this. They're not gonna believe you. If you mention anything about the Devil King, the King of the North, or the King of the North, they're just gonna send you to a psychiatric ward. It would be the end of Elenovision. Besides, the Northern tribes aren't an army. We can take care of it ourselves. You know those 2 men who saved us. There's something off about them. Their timing was a little too perfect, and I feel like I've seen them before. I have a feeling they've been following us for a while. But forget about them. You were so cool when you dodged that knife. Why is she being all... Yeah, killing is badong. Alright, now Suzanne is just getting cute, now that I know she's not trying to kill me. I'm surprised myself. I never was good in a brawl, not even as a kid. Maybe it's the power of this Devil King. Like Grace Jones. It could be. If you have this power, you should be fine even if the northern tribes attack you again. David and Susanna finally reached Hayworth late in the afternoon. There was no real town there. It was mostly a rural village with wild pastures used by farmers to raise their sheep. I hate the word rural. Whoever came up with rural needs to be fucking expelled from speaking. David's car followed the road that went through the wilderness up and down the hills. Sheep again. We're gonna hit more sheep. There's a tractor nearby. They just... There's a combine harvester nearby. We'll have to commandeer it. And then they just mow down the sheep. Eventually, like, the quality of the ending improves the more sheep you kill in this part. Eventually, they reached a small old fortress. The car passed through a stone gate and then stopped. Susanna took out a key, unlocked the gate, and stepped inside with David. John, the sheep's not gonna get out of this one. Mr. Lance is supposed to be here. Maybe he's out shopping. When you said you lived on the... What I love about this game is how good it is at tonal shifts. Where it's like comfy, boring shit, and then out of fucking nowhere some shit goes down instantly. Or like, what happened? What in God's name just happened? This is a very good... This game is very good at escalating shit quickly. Like, I'm just waiting for, like, a corroder scene, like in Clock Tower 3, where, like, they're talking right now, but somebody's gonna bust through that window and it's gonna be like a wizard. When you said you lived in the countryside, I was expecting a farmhouse, not a castle. Everything looks so clean. Does anybody live in it? Mr. Lands and his wife look after it. They did some extra cleaning just for us. Let's go up to the roof, David. The view there's fantastic. And nothing could happen. Like, it's so unpredictable. Susanna led David up the stairs to the rooftop. Look, prairie as far as the eye can see, not even a single tree. The northern tribes will never catch us by surprise here. It's like a castle in the middle of nowhere. Come to think of it, Susanna, I think I've seen this before. Have you been to Hayworth in the past? I remember now. It was one of my visions. King Hroth and Lafir were at the top of a castle. It wasn't just wilderness back then, though. There was a lot of green, fields, and houses. Very similar to this view. Yeah, when he was Moses. This was actually the castle of King Hroth. Then the so-called kings of the north would be north from here. It could be Edinburgh, even farther up. That's logical. Maybe King Hroth used his forbidden arch to flood the wilderness and turn this into a lush field. When you think about it, with modern technology, you can bring water to a desert and make it arable. We're talking about terraforming now? If you were to become the Devil King, you could use the Forbidden Arch to cover the world with green. Not even King Hroth had that kind of power. Now that we're safe, I suddenly feel tired. Is there a room where I can lie down? Oh, I'm so sorry. We've been driving all morning. I should have noticed you'd be tired. My room should be ready for use. Susanna guided David to her room. It was clean and decorated with flowers. David laid on the bed without even undressing. Meanwhile, Susanna went downstairs to get their luggage. He did not notice falling asleep, but he was awakened by voices coming from outside the window. Warily, he got up, approaching the window. Another nightmare, let's go! I knew it! I knew it! Mundane shit, then BAM! Knights! BAM! Soldiers, foot soldiers. Couldn't believe his eyes. There was a mob of peasants carrying swords, spears, and other weapons. I'd call that a slightly scary face. That might be Jeffrey Rush. It could be. Was Geoffrey Rush ever a foot soldier in a medieval war epic? If he was, then yeah, that's him. I mean, I'm also seeing a little bit of Patrick Stewart there. It's hard to say. It's so hard to say. Because they do edit the faces a little bit. Laurence Olivier was, yeah. He couldn't believe his eyes. There was a mob of peasants carrying swords, spears, and other weapons. Some were shooting arrows, but the shooters were too far away to reach him. A man, fully dressed for battle, shouted at David. "We told you never to come back to the castle! Why have you returned? The King of the North will be upon us soon. If you don't leave before he's here, he'll kill us all!" The King of the North used his power to subjugate the land. Your magic won't work. Look, it's all barren wasteland now. We chose to live here nonetheless because we didn't want to fight. Leave, hurry! The peasants surrounding the castle were all shouting at him. What a bit of Fry and Laurie. David was unable to reply, then he heard a voice coming from behind him.
What happened here?
Oh no, what is going on? Why is it making this creepy noise? Oh God! It's the baby! It's the baby from the previous ending. David turned around. There was a large man with a tiny sword. Look at his tiny sword. I have my tiny sword. Have any letters? I'm about to open them. It's so tiny. It's just got the tiniest little. How stupid. It's the King of the North. There he is. It's the King of the North. With a stupid sword. Yeah, it's just a huge knife. So, you are the one who has inherited the blood of the Devil King. I am the King of the North. It's the King of the North. The King of the North? How did you come here? It's him. It's the man himself. With my magical prowess, I was able to go anywhere. I am able to go anywhere I want. I wish to test your skills, but it seems death will soon be upon you. It'll distract him. He would go through the fucking bone of that chicken leg in like 1.2 seconds. It would be nothing to him. He's far too powerful, Shilrai. If we have about 15 Cornish hens, that would buy us about 6 seconds. I keep hearing we're supposed to fight, but I don't care about this nonsense. Can't we just lay these old grudges to rest? The Devil King is revived from your blood, and my own bloodline will be severed, and I shall be erased from existence. If you truly wish to end this ancient grudge, you must cut off your bloodline. Or we could, like, not... Is that John Candy? He kind of had... No, it's not. I'm wondering if it's like an edited John Candy, like the face portrait. I can't use magic like you do, but the power of the Devil King always emerges to save me. There's no point in fighting. I want to say that that's like an edited... That's like an edited John Candy face, but I'm not sure. It could be some other actor. It's all the lines and shit. Like, they're obviously, like, makeup lines. They're not real lines. Almost looks like he's wearing, like, a mask. If the Devil King is reborn, I will stand no chance. I must kill you now, before it is too late. And that's a different guy entirely right here. The King of the North pointed his sword at David. He pointed his finger at David and chanted a spell. Not like this! Ah! David collapsed on the floor, writhing in pain and holding his head. Be gone, Devil King. You must have thought that I would fight with my sword. But you should have known I could cast spells. He tricked us, Shilerai. He tricked us. He used magic instead. By my power, the blood of the man called David shall boil. Let the blood of the Devil King be purged from this world. It burns. It is almost over. Rest in... What? Curses! It must be that witch Susanna! Drat! I almost got him. Probably should have used the sword. It would have, like, been way faster. Should have used the tiny sword. Have a great night, Crotus. Susanna revving that chainsaw. David felt something cold touching his face, but his entire body was burning, and his head felt like it was splitting apart. David, hang in there. Susanna was wiping David's head with a towel. Hearing the scream, she was joined by a man and a woman shortly after. Mr. Lance, I think he has a fever. He needs medicine. The man hurried downstairs. There was nothing wrong with him, but all of a sudden he has a fever. Could it be a spell? Miss Emily, please bring me some Chamonix. Chamonix? Okay. Chamonix, the sorceress water. Does that mean Mr. David is... Yes, I'll fetch it right away. Emily went downstairs just as Mr. Lands made his return. I'm glad I brought this medicine kit, thinking you might stay here for a while. Here, this should bring his fever down. Susanna tried giving David his medicine, but he was gritting his teeth from the pain and wouldn't take it. Emily returned gasping for breath. She brought a small bottle filled with liquid. Susanna, are these symptoms? This is the Chamonix water your mother made. A little old, but it was kept safely in the basement medicine cabinet. Hey, Cybermind, welcome in. It definitely does. Thank you for contacting me about it before. Yeah, it was something going on with my version of Windows. I'm actually playing it on Linux now, and it works fine. Oh, well, thank you for the recap. This is Cybermind, guys. This is you were part of the whole translation team, Nebulous Translations. If I recall, the game is fantastic, by the way. I really like this. We're actually going for a second ending now. We already got one. But now we're going for another one. We're going for another one because we got the one where they just had a baby. They just ran away and had a baby later. So it felt like a good ending, but I don't think it was quite an ending. It was obviously not the intended ending. Yeah, you did the hacking. You did the hacking. In fact, I'm also using the mod you did for my PC-88 General emulator, which can hook Textractor. That's amazing work. Amazing work. Chamonix water, also known as laudanum. Great, we're drinking laudanum right now. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank all you guys so much for this. This is a treat of a game. I wish more people played it. But man, it's so, because it goes completely insane. Like, it's really not just some punk band game. A lot of medieval horror stuff going on. It's a little old, but it was kept safely in the basement's medicine cabinet. Susanna poured water from the bottle onto a towel. Then she began to wipe David's body. Uh-oh. David's pain seemed to ease up. He opened his mouth, gasping for air. I think he's safe now. David must have been hit by a northern spell. I'm glad I finally could, Cybermind. I'm glad I finally could. I agree. Chamonix water is only so effective against northern sorcery. We need to find out the identity of the King of the North before they try to kill him again. The Dark Sorcerers are gathering tonight, but they found no information about the King of the North. afraid we won't be able to find him for the time being. What if they hit him with a southern spell? Then that would have been friendly fired. We're the southern wizards. We're the southern mages. They're called the dark mages, but they're basically the southern mages. Okay. Susanna, speak. There's still hope. The client of those detectives who've been following me should have been of the northern tribes. If we can catch them and interrogate them, we may be able to find some clues. Like Salieri? Oh yeah, no, I've been pointing that one out a lot. Because it was just so on the nose. Like, everybody else was a little bit edited. Like there was the Moses thing, the Charlton Heston Moses scene, where it was like King Hroth, and he had his arms out, and it was obviously Charlton Heston in the Ten Commandments, except they changed his head a little bit. And they didn't change Salieri at all. It was just a straight picture of Salieri in old man makeup. Like, there was no change whatsoever. Sometimes David from Japan, the band Japan, sometimes there are pictures of him that are just unedited. And sometimes, like his main portrait, that one does have some edits to it. There's still hope. The client of those detectives who've been following me should have been on the northern tribes. If we can catch them and interrogate them, we may be able to find some clues. David called out Susanna's name as he gasped for air. Susanna hurried to his side as he was regaining consciousness. Susanna, I'm alive? David, you're awake. Oh, I'm so glad. I had another nightmare. The King of the North was there. I thought I'd die for real this time. The King... David, you saw the King of the North. Yeah, I hope I never see him again. I'll never forget his face. He tried to kill me with a spell. The King of the North himself can use magic? We also saw Roger Moore. The tabloid reporter was pretty obviously like Saint era Roger Moore. I thought that was pretty great. We never knew about that, so the King of the North of this era is a sorcerer. If he truly is a sorcerer, he'd never show himself openly. Still, he should have other mages under his command. We must find one of them. They probably call themselves the Mages of the North. We should focus our searches on the most famous mages of England. The most famous mages of England. Susanna, who are these people? Yep. Andy Fletcher's Andrew. Alan Wilder was Alan. Was it really? I didn't... You know, I never thought about Alan. Yeah, that's Alan. My favorite still has to be, just how on the nose, Martin Gore is. That's, like, the best one. It's like they weren't even being subtle with Martin. Oh, I haven't introduced them yet. These are Mr. and Mrs. Lance. They were out for groceries when we arrived. In fact, Andrew, like Andy Fletcher, like they're both drummers in the game. Like they were being very, very upfront about their Depeche Mode inspirations. My name is David. I'm sorry to have caused you this much trouble. After exchanging greetings, David felt tired once again and closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. Susanna lit a candle. The sun went down and it was dark outside. See, it's little shots like this. They're just so good. Mr. and Mrs. Lance left the room, but Susanna stayed with David. It was a dark night and there was no illumination in the wilderness. The few stars in the sky cast the shadow of the castle on the ground where Clark and Vince were lurking. Are you really going inside the castle, Chief? This is trespassing, you know. I can't put my finger on who Clark is, though. Clark looks familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. It's only trespassing if you're caught. 3 cars went inside the castle. Don't you want to know what's going on? It's gotta be from a movie. Yeah, they gotta be from something specific. What is it? Just tell me. I've been racking my brain for like 2 streams over it. Weirdly, there was a screenshot of Vince that almost looked like that actually kind of looked like Peter Weller. It was like when they were first introduced. Well, yeah, I guess. One thing's for sure, it's not Eleno Vision. I saw a middle-aged couple. Definitely not part of David's music circle. There's no electricity, so it's only oil lamps and candles in there. At the very least, they won't be able to see my face clearly. The client told us not to go inside, though. There's definitely something bad going on. And you heard what our colleague said about him. It had to be French. I was guessing it had to be a movie, like a French movie. Larry Paul. Larry Paul.
I'm French.
Jesus. Yeah, so if we had somebody French in chat, they would have said, "Oh yeah, they're from Larry Paul." Holy shit. Wait.
The French.
Amazing. I love it. I love that. Think about it. The client is a fortune teller. They're willing to spend a ton of money on this investigation. That means there's a mastermind behind this. We've come this far. I'm going in. You stay here and wait for me. Wait here, alone in the dark. No way. I'd rather come with you, but let's not go too deep. I had a feeling they were French because Clark looks very French. The castle gates were not locked, so Clark and Vince could enter without issue. I don't know too much about French movies, though. Maybe I need to change that. I think the only French movie I've seen was Le Samurai. And, The Illusionist. And I think that's it. Maybe the Triplets of Belleville, I think I saw. Not a whole lot of French movies. Well, Fifth Element, too. I guess anything by, Luc Besson would count. Candles were lit over the corridor wall, so they didn't need to turn on their flashlights. There's no candles in the other corridors. Maybe this is where they went through. It's a fucking wizard! No! They're like wandering the castle. There's only one common room. No point in lighting candles if you're not going that way. Clark and Vince turned right and then left. Eventually, they reached a closed door. I don't think there's anyone inside. Let's open it. Be ready to run in case there's someone in there. Clark pushed the door gently. It wasn't locked, but it made a loud creaking noise. I think it leads to the basement. The candles are lit. Someone's been down there. Let's go. Something's about it. Oh, it's loading. Barrels! Clark and Vince followed the stairs down. The basement was large, filled with objects. At the end of the path, they could see a door, illuminated by candles. Clark stopped in front of the door. He took a deep breath and opened it, cautiously. Beyond the door was a dark room, but a single lit candle. With but a single lit candle, Clark made his way inside. Right then, Clark and Vince were hit on the head with a stick. They fell on the floor. Oh no! Oh no! Meanwhile, David had been nursed back to health by Susanna. As they sat by a lit candle, they talked about the King of the North. I want to know about Vince and Clark. They got knocked out. I'm really glad you're feeling better now. I had no idea the King of the North could use magic at all. No, whoops. Can a spell truly kill a man? I definitely was in pain, but I thought it was another one of my nightmares. Some spells are similar to hypnosis, but they can be cast on someone from a distance. They require great concentration, so the King of the North must be spent right now. I was having already too many nightmares due to the blood of the King Roth. I'm not sure I can take it if the King of the North is going to give me nightmares as well. If it's impossible to run away from it, maybe you should become the Devil King after all. That would mean killing people from the northern tribes. It would make me a murderer. I'd have to spend the rest of my life on the run from the police. Calm down, David. Being agitated isn't good for your health. Right then, Emily came into the room. She approached Susanna and whispered into her ear. The sorcerers, friends of my mother, have gathered. David, come with us. You can talk to them. You may be able to learn something about the power of magic. I'll come since you asked, but I'm not sure I'd like to become a sorcerer. It's gonna be a sorcerer. We're gonna be a wizard! I'm only an apprentice, but if you became the Devil King, you'd be the leader of all dark sorcerers. Don't let the name fool you. They're all good people. They're all good people. Are you a Devil King? Susanna held David's hand and led him downstairs. They walked through a dark corridor lit only by candles and reached the basement. As soon as they walked through the door, 4 men and 1 woman bowed to David. They were not greeting him as the lead vocalist of Vision, but as the Devil King. Susanna approached the table placed in the middle of the room. This looks like a blurry Sopranos screenshot. This was like years before Sopranos, but that's what it looks like. Susanna approached the table and placed in the middle of the room, and the sorcerers gathered around it. Oh yeah, they made, see, like here, it's obvious like they made his head bigger. Especially in the top, you can see the discoloration. David, this is Thomas Simon. That's Thomas Simon. His wife, Lisa. His wife, Lisa's been hitting the fucking gym. Jesus Christ. Look at how thick that neck is. Dibbity man. Why is her neck so thick? Like, I'm just seeing, like, this is Hall of Wizards, and then Lisa, and she's, like, fucking huge. She's built Ford tough. She's on a different aspect ratio. This is his wife, Lisa. Hi. Oh, it's Travis Bickle. These are Burrows and Rivas. So Travis Bickle's on our team. Hey, it's the guy, it's that one guy. He's been in everything. Oh shit, who's that actor? He's got, wait. That's Tommy Flanagan. That is 100% Tommy Flanagan. Like, I'm pretty sure that's Tommy Flanagan. Like, when he was real young, I'm pretty sure that's him. Tell me if I'm wrong, though. Tell me if I'm wrong. I may have it messed up. This is Greg. Each one of them has earned the title of Dark Sorcerer. Greg. I think Lisa's just gonna fucking tear him limb from limb. Lisa's just gonna Hulk out. They're gonna say Lisa smash, and she's just gonna start throwing him across the room with her enormous tree trunk barbarian arms. My name is David. I'm sorry you had to come all this way here just for me. Oh, Susanna doesn't speak. Uh-oh. Oh god, it glitched. It glitched out, but we got out of it. The Dark Sorcerers. Devilman is Devilman in a sort of famous Yeah. No, I knew that. I knew that. No, I didn't think you were being sexist or anything. I was making fun of the portrait. The dark sorcerers live to a like because these portraits are obviously very heavily edited most of the time. The dark sorcerers live to assist the Devil King. Don't worry about it, David. Now let the meeting begin. Lisa spoke. David, do you recognize the man in this picture? Have you seen him in one of your dreams? I'm always sexy. David looked at the photo. He had never seen him before. This is the man who hired those detectives to follow you and your colleagues during your tour of Europe. Burroughs spoke. It's fucking Robert De Niro. Oh, fuck, I can't do a Robert De Niro voice. Mr. Lance told us about how the King of the North cast a terrible spell upon you. How'd that happen? Where'd he come from? That is... I bet I could probably find this. Yeah, it's not even... He's even wearing the same jacket. The only difference is they made his shirt white. And he may have worn a white shirt before he shaved his head and got the mohawk. But like it's it's so good. Mr. Lance told us about how the King of the North cast a terrible spell upon you. How'd that happen? Where'd he come from? I don't know, I'm just gonna make him sound angry and vaguely Italian. Well, in my nightmare, the castle was surrounded by armed peasants, yelling at me to leave, and then the King of the North appeared in my room. He must have sent you that nightmare himself in order to appear before you and cast a spell. So the nightmare warding ring is ineffective against the King in the North. I'm becoming a made man in the wizard mob. So the nightmare warding ring is ineffective against the King of the North. Greg, let's see what Greg has to say. What if next time he sends another nightmare, we also enter the dream world and fight him? Rivis. There's no guarantee we can defeat him with our magic. If we were to lose, David's life would be forfeit. The King of the North has sent a nightmare, entered it, and then cast a spell from within. None of us are capable of a similar feat. That is, unless David were to become the Devil King. Our only choice is to find the King of the North and kill him with our weapons. First, we must interrogate those detectives we captured and find out where their client is. They've been captured. Have they said the name of their client? They wouldn't say, not even with the truth serum. They could be descendants of the northern tribes. Our only choice is to borrow the power of the Devil King and cast a spell to find out. I don't know how to do that. I'm no sorcerer. I can't cast any spells. I've only ever had nightmares and visions. Susanna, help me out here. It'll be fine, Greg. Bring him here. Greg approached a wardrobe in the center of the corner of the room and opened its door. He pulled out Clark and Vince, whose hands were tied behind their backs, and brought them over. I had a feeling it would be you lot. Why won't you tell us the name of your client? This is a matter of life and death. They don't know him either. Is this how you repay us for saving your asses? A detective never reveals the name of his client. I'm a professional. I'm willing to kill you to find out. We could easily find out using the powers of the Devil King. But that would leave you crippled for life. The Devil King, huh? Been hearing that name a lot, but we still don't know who it is. How about you introduce us? I'm telling you, we don't know nothing about this King of the North or the Devil King business. Chief, I think he's serious. I think she's serious. I don't want the Devil King to curse me. I don't know anything about him. But you know the client. Just tell them. Shut the hell up. I'll never betray a client. It's a matter of pride. Go ahead and kill me if you want. And don't bother with truth serums. I'm trained to resist them. It's a very French taunt. David, we need your help, please. David, we need your help. Please drink this. It's a sleeping medicine. Once your blood has been quelled, I'll use a spell to draw out the power of the Devil King and get everything we need to know from him. You mean you can use magic? Susanna, did you get close to me because of the blood that flows in my veins? No. I got close to you because I love you. I've had dreams about you ever since I was born. I've loved you my whole life. The only reason I've been hiding the truth was to protect you from the King of the North. Besides, what if I told you about the Devil King during our first meeting? You would have thought I was insane and stayed away from me. Please, you have to trust me. Just drink this. In truth, David was not particularly surprised by the revelation. It was true that if not for Susanna, he would have been killed by the King of the North, or possibly sent to a psychiatric ward. However, he knew that using the spell to force the truth out of the detectives would cripple them, or even kill them outright. They're part of the northern tribes. King Hroth said that the sight of their blood would awaken the Devil King. We wouldn't have to fear the King of the North any longer. David believed Susanna's words, with the idea of killing the detectives made him hesitate. Oh. Well, I know what the right path is. The right path is obvious. I'm gonna save this in slot 9. I will not be involved in their murder. Reading data. Shit. Damn. We did, Shile. I was thinking the same thing. There's got to be a way to get David locked up in a psych ward. There's got to be a way, guys. The anticipation is killing me. It's so thick. This game with thick anticipation. We've already been playing for 6 hours. It's almost a whole stream. I don't care. We're at least getting this ending. We can YouTube the rest. We can just look up the rest, I guess. But, I feel like this is the best end path. This is definitely we're definitely on a good path here. It feels way cleaner than the last path where it was just chaos. And then we escaped, and then we just were fine. Oh, Jesus. One of the endings is he's just in a psych ward the entire time. He was always crazy. Like, they arrested him when he killed that one mugger. And, he was like, going on and just being a nut. That would be great. Would be great. It would be fucked up. It would be pretty great. That would be good. That wouldn't be the best ending. Obviously, that'd be a bad end scenario, but it would be a great bad end scenario. Oh, here we go, we're back. The 2 detectives had saved his life. David could not possibly inflict mortal pain upon them.
Don't you think we've seen enough?
David, this could be our last chance to find out who their client is. It's kind of a... Yeah, I can see where you say that, Cybermind, but it really didn't... Because they were so out of context, it didn't really bother me that much. If you ever update the translation, I don't know. It would be a cool option. It would be a cool option. I would say preserve like the game as it as originally was, as close as possible. But yeah, you could do that. Or even do a thing where, I'm sure that would just be way too much, but like a possibility would be to like keep those pictures like hidden or removed, and just have like, not just names, but like other characters' names that pop up I don't know. Like having no idea how hard that would be. I could say that pretty easily. I can't do this, Susanna. These men saved our lives. I can't kill them. But what it did is it made me more curious and made me want to go back. Like, who the hell is this guy? Who the hell is that guy? So it just added to me wanting to play it again to find out who they were. It didn't really bother me when it happened, but I could see what you mean. The northern tribes may be coming to kill you as we speak. If we were to die, I don't think I could keep... If you were to die, I don't think I could keep going. I've made my choice. Untie them. Yeah, if we never met Reika and then we saw her in the credits. Or like the hint that we got in the credits of Twilight Busters where I was like, oh shit, I think I know what to do now. Which was really cool that the whole like, that I'm glad that was there. Because we ended up getting like the worst ending first, and then we got the good ending, and then we did it again and got the best ending. God, that game was so... It was the best adventure game. It was the best. Tokyo Twilight Busters is always going to be the best adventure game. I don't think it could ever get topped. And remember, like my pedestal, my highest echelons was Harvester and Gabriel Knight 1, and Twilight Busters actually beat both of them. I didn't expect that. I couldn't have expected that. I knew it was good, I just did not see that coming. Susanna understood that David would not change his mind and asked Greg to untie the two detectives. As Clark and Vince are being untied, David spoke to them. I know you're just doing your jobs, but your client obviously wants me dead. I want you to promise to stay away from us. Yeah, the pot hint was so good. That's right. Your client is a murderer. I don't care if you're detectives. If you keep associating with him, we are going to find you and kill you. Damn. Oh. I'm so done with him. I'm actually a big fan of David's. I'm terribly sorry our work put you in danger. Please forgive us. My name's Clark. I know you saved our lives and all, but I still can't talk about our client. Here, take this. I swear to withdraw from the investigation. I'm a man of my word. He took out his notebook and flipped through the pages, then he wrote something, signed it, and handed the slip of paper to David. Come on, Vince. Let's get the hell out of here. David. I'll see you at the next concert. Susanna's hard as fuck. Clark and Vince hurried out of the room. David looked at the paper Clark gave him and gasped. David, what did he write? The hand graphic. He wouldn't talk about him, but he wrote the client's name and address. Sick. They weren't Northern tribesmen. They were actual fans. I almost did something terrible. After what happened to you, I'm really interested in Quest for Glory, especially with Midnight. Midnight Monopoly's been playing Space Quest lately, and it's put me in that quest mood again. That's weird. Oh, he's a man of his word. He's a very honorable cop. Like, but he figured... Well, he knew they'd burn it. It's a piece of paper. How hard is it to turn paper into something that's not paper anymore? Everything's fine. At any rate, we know where this man is, and there's no doubt he is with the Northern tribes. Let's go. This time I won't hesitate to take the pills. Also, it was supposed to leave that little tiny bit of doubt that they were going to say anything. And it's playing along with, if you played the earlier ending, you would think he had no idea who it was.
I hate your guts, and that's what's going to be left.
So details will change depending on what ending path you're on, because in the other ending, he didn't know who he was. Neither one of them knew who their client was. And in fact, the client even like, went out of his way to say that he would kill their contract if they found out. Or if they tried to find out. And here he just knows who the client is, but he wasn't telling the other guy. This time I won't hesitate to take the... Okay, everything's fine. At any rate, we know where this man is, and there's no doubt he is with the northern tribes. Let's go. This time I won't hesitate to take the pills. Please, wait. They know your faces. If they see you approach, they'll run away. Let us deal with this. We'll capture him and bring him to you. Mr. Lands, you and the others stay here and keep David safe. We must leave now before they realize something's wrong. Susanna, stay alert. We don't know when the King of the North could attack again. He probably didn't want his partner to know, yeah. Greg's car drove off at high speed. And remember, these are very French detectives, so he was like, I won't tell him. I can't tell him. I promise not to tell. But I'll write it on this piece of paper and he'll see it. But I didn't technically tell him. Like, they're goofy comic relief characters. Greg's car drove off at high speed. I am the genius. You want more Richard Madden? Greg's car drove off at high speed. The headlights faded into the dark. That night, David was fraught with anticipation and anxiousness. He was considering getting drunk to spend the night, but Susanna gave him sleeping pills instead. And then the game ended. That's it. Credits. Could you imagine? Possibly due to the sleeping pills, David woke up the next morning feeling refreshed. Susanna, who'd been sleeping at his side, was not there. David left the room and went down the stairs. Glad they went on vacation. He could smell the fragrance of coffee coming from somewhere. He followed the smell into a large room. In the dining room, he found Susanna cooking. Good morning, David. I was gonna wake you up once breakfast was ready. Those pills work great as usual. I slept like a baby. Where is everyone? They're on the rooftop with guns, keeping an eye out for the Northern Tribe's raids. Mr. Land said we needed to hold the fort until Greg's back. Sorry to give you all so much trouble. Because of this blood in my veins, we can't even sit together at a table. We're all bound to our fate. The sorcerers. We sorcerers are simply following our path. From the moment we were born, we were destined to be different from normal people. So unless I become the Devil King and defeat the King of the North, we... Ugh! David dropped the coffee cup he was holding. He grasped his chest tight and slumped to the floor. Ugh! My chest, it feels like somebody's pushing a needle through it. Ugh! Susanna approached David, touching him in order to help him up. David, what's wrong? Does your chest hurt? Don't touch me, it hurts! Someone's pushing a needle through my heart! A needle? It's the King of the North, he's cursing you. David, don't move, I'll be right back. Susanna ran down the corridor that led to the basement. She returned with 4 clay dolls and a heavy book. This is madness. Susanna drew a compass on the floor with David at the center and placed the 4 dolls at each cardinal point. Then she opened the book and she began to chant a spell. That's a terrifying soundbite. She was chanting loudly towards the wall. Had it been night, the Belmare Comet would have been visible in that direction. Her forehead was dripping with sweat. Susanna was devoting all of her strength to create a barrier that would protect David from the King of the North's spell. David was sickly pale, and his eyesight blurry. In his weakened state, he did not react as the South Glade figure started glowing red. Susanna's spell came to an end. Her strength spent. She lost consciousness, collapsing beside David. The pain faded from David's chest. Understanding that the spell of the King of the North had been broken, he reached out for Susanna. The soundtrack is so good. What are you doing, David? You must slay the northern tribes. The Star of Darkness will leave soon. Why do you hesitate? You have inherited my blood. Do you not crave the power of the Devil King? Do you wish to succumb to the King of the North? I should have not pinned my hopes on someone unwilling to kill the men of the North. I must entrust my will to a future generation. If the King of the North kills you, he will grow even more powerful. If you are unwilling to kill the northern tribes, you leave me no choice. I must kill you myself. When David opened his eyes, he saw King Hroth looming over him. Oh no. I believe that. I believe that, Shy. Nothing's more emotional than a Transformers climactic fight. David's body was numb and he could not move. As if roused by a scream, Susanna opened her eyes. David, are you all right? Yeah, thanks to you. I can't believe King Hroth was gonna kill me. King Hroth? No, that wasn't him. That must have been a spell of the King of the North. He must have been trying to deceive you. So did I for a second. That was fucked. That was fucked up. It was after you broke his spell. King Hroth showed up saying he has no use for someone unwilling to kill the northern tribes. He said he was going to pin his hopes on the next generation. I see. He must be angry because there's so little time left. He probably wants you to steal your resolve. So now I have not one, but two powerful kings after my head. Susanna, are you all right? You don't look well. Susanna forced herself to walk to her chair and sit normally. She didn't want David to realize how tired she was. So did I, Josh. I thought that was going to be an ending. Even though it seems like I'm doing everything right here. I'm fine. I think I'll make some more coffee. It took all of David's strength to raise himself up and sit on a chair. David and Susanna were too tired to even chat. They were sitting on their chairs, looking at each other, waiting for the exhaustion to pass. After a few hours, the room was getting darker. Susanna had finally regained her composure and talked to David. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? I need to turn on the light. We have a rare dark portrait. It's so good. Susanna picked up a lamp and turned it on. How do you feel, David? I feel better now, all things considered. I wanted to lie down, but I'm afraid King Hroth will show up again if I fall asleep. Why don't you go get some rest, Susanna? I love how they're both antagonists. Now it's all coming. Now it's all very clear. No, I can't do that. What if you're attacked by the King of the North while I'm asleep? Well, we won't be able to hold out much longer like this. We can't stay awake forever, but who knows what the Kings will do if I fall asleep. I'm sick of living like this. At that moment, they could hear the voices of Mr. and Mrs. Lands, who were hurrying their way. Mr. Lands threw the door open. Out of breath, he addressed David. Greg is back. They brought Jeff's, I'm sure of it. At the news, they all hurried outside. Jeff's? I'm surprised they didn't call this like Dream Lords or something. I guess Mirrors keeps it in the dark. You don't really know what's going on. Also Midas sounds really cool on Japanese box art. David joined the others outside the castle. 4 cars pulled into the yard. Greg got out of his car and opened the trunk. Inside was Jeff's, the man who hired... the man who had hired Clark and Vince. We got him. Let's bring him to the basement. Emily hurried to the light to light the candles along the hallway. Once in the basement, they woke the unconscious Jeffs with smelling salt. Jeffs! Here we are, Jeffs. You pretended to be a simple fortune teller, but we know you're a sorcerer at the service of the northern tribes. How about you do yourself a favor and answer our questions honestly? Here we go. Who are you people? Why did you just bring me here? I don't know anything about any tribes. I'm just a simple fortune teller. No such thing as a simple fortune teller. We know you hired a detective agency to keep an eye on me. Tell us why you did it. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go! In this photo, you're shown talking to the detective. And in this one, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Now answer me! Susanna showed Jeffs the photos they took of him talking to the detective. Someone must have ordered you to investigate me. Who was it? I don't know his name. He was paying me a lot of money to do it, but I don't know anything else. It's true, I swear. I was only in it for the money. Just the money! He's a northern sorcerer. Of course he'll never say anything about the king in the north willingly. The king's bound to find out sooner or later. Let's force him to confess with a spell. The confession spell. Don't do it, you murderers! If I say anything, the king of the north will make me go through hell before he kills me. Please don't use the confession spell. You're leaving us no choice. If you speak willingly, we promise to protect you from his retaliation. You fools. You know nothing of his terrible powers. Listen to me. Let me take David to him, and I'll put in a good word for you. I'll ask him to spare you. We're done here. David, take the pills. Letting him go would only spell disaster. Susanna gave David the pills. Jeff's eyes widened and his lips were trembling. He knew very well the effects of the confession spell. The others surrounded Jeff's and looked toward David and Susanna. Susanna began to chant a spell quietly. David's consciousness was slipping away.
What happened here?
Jesus! Stop it, I beg you! My body, my head, it burns! Jeffs fell onto the floor, writhing in pain. He's taking a huge shit, guys. Ah, my king! I beg of you, save me! Archbishop. St. Ransford's Church! Lord Mellis! Save me, Lord Mellis, King of the North! Suddenly, blood poured copiously from Jeff's face. Not just his face, it was pouring from his entire body. The floor was flooding with the crimson liquid. We almost did that to the detectives. He needs a poop knife, Jesus Christ. He's dead. Killed by a death curse. Horrified by the events, they backed away from the corpse. They could not turn away from the scene, as if they were inside a nightmare. So I guess the bloodletting spell was the King of the North counter-spelling. It's done, David. Jeff's told us about the King of the North. David, what's wrong? You should be conscious again now. Oh shit, what's with his eyes? He's got spooky eyes. Well done, Susanna. It is I, the Devil King. My blood has been roused, and has started taking over the blood of the man called David. By the time the sun has risen, he will be mine. So fucking goofy. He's got goofy eyes now. Well, it's said that when the blood of a northern wizard is spilled, then the Devil King would fucking react and basically activate. This is the King of the North's plan, because he made him like just spill all of his blood out of every like pore in his body. I think he wanted to activate. Well, no, he didn't want to activate because he was scared of him. Full evolution into Lord Iron Mask. I guess it just played out that way. What? You were supposed to give him your power, not possess him. What's going to happen to him? Worry not. David's body will remain unchanged. I am simply replacing his blood with mine. Then his soul shall be erased to make place for mine. That's literally killing him. Erase. But what about Eleno-Vision? What about Eleno-Vision? Devil King, I doubt your commitment to Eleno-Vision. Yeah, don't worry. I'm just no, his body will be fine. You could, you know, you still bang him. Like, holy shit. What does the Devil King care about the songs of you mortals? I have come to kill the King of the North. Once my goal is accomplished, you will be free of your duties. Do what you want with your lives. You deceived us, Devil King. You were supposed to give him your powers. David, wake up. Come back to me. Silence, wench. It was you who put his mind to sleep. Kill the King of the North and you can have his body back. Satisfied? Susanna started chanting a spell that would return David's consciousness. That is enough, Susanna. Your duty is over. Leave me at once lest you wish to die. No mortal can withstand the battle between me and the King of the North. Yeah, who could have possibly suspected the Devil King would be an evil deceiver? Greg and the others rushed out of the room in fear of David, the Devil King. Susanna alone remained. She ignored the words of the Devil King while chanting her spell. Cease your spell at once. Are you betraying me, Susanna? Curses. David is regaining control. Susanna, help me! Where am I? I can hear your voice, but it's pitch black. I can't see. David, I'm here. In front of you. Look at me. Susanna, I can't move. What's happening? David raised his arms and closed his hands around Susanna's neck. Die, Susanna! David, you're strangling me! Put your arms down! David could hear Susanna's voice. He could not see what was happening, but he focused his mind on his arms. If he could help Susanna by lowering them, he would do so. Relax your body, David. The power of the Devil King is flowing into you. Do you not crave power? Would you rather be killed by the King of the North? David heard the voice of King Croft. He realized his abnormal condition was caused by the power of the Devil King. David tried relaxing his body and heard Susanna scream, and he recalled her words. As his consciousness faded away, David had to decide what to do. What? No way! I'm saving this to save. Wait, I'm saving this to save 8. But we are definitely gonna obey the Devil King first and then load it. We're definitely gonna do that. We gotta see this because then I'm gonna relax my arms. We're gonna kill her first because we have the choice. Yes, this is a real decision point. Deep inside, David wanted the power to defeat the King of the North. As soon as he realized this, Susanna's spell lost its effect. Once again, he was strangling her. David's hands were tightening around Susanna's neck. David's consciousness was desperately trying to let her go. I can't control my arms. Why? David focused his entire consciousness on his arms, though only slightly his fingers were releasing Susanna's throat. David, the Devil King is trying to erase your consciousness. Holy shit. Wait, I made the wrong choice and it's still going. He was only supposed to give me power. He tricked us all. He was always after your body. David's consciousness wavered at Susanna's words. The blood of the Devil King assaulted David's blood, and Susanna was once again being strangled. Susanna, as a dark sorceress, you should have known that whoever breaks the dark laws must receive the ultimate punishment. The ultimate punishment. Stop it. I'll give you my body if you want it so much, but if you kill Susanna, I'll bite my tongue. Do you believe you can take such a threat? Make such a threat when you have no control over any part of your body. My blood has already taken over. Allow me to lend you my eyesight. Behold! David's fingers had gouged Susanna's throat with a hair-raising sound. Her neck snapped. Oh, that blood. Fuck. That's fucked. Did you see, David? By all accounts, you have killed her. Worry not, your consciousness will soon fade away. You will not have to mourn her loss long. Come dawn, this body shall overflow with my powers. Then, under the vigilant eye of the Star of Darkness, the blood of the King of the North shall be severed once and for all. We're just doing the bad choice now. We'll go back. We'll go back. David was losing consciousness and could no longer see Susanna. He could only hear the Devil King. He seemed so far away. It's a dark ending. We're getting worse ending. This pain in my chest must be the spell of the accursed King of the North. David fell to the floor. I need more time. Ugh. Damn you, King of the North! Ugh. My heart! The consciousness of the Devil King was overwhelmed by agony. However, David himself could no longer feel pain. What is this? The northern spell has been broken. I no longer suffer. The King of the North must be drained of strength. Victory is mine! The Devil King raised his arm, shouting his joy toward the Star of Darkness. And then David's body once again fell to the floor, writhing in pain. I cannot move! I feel no pain, and yet my body is writhing uncontrollably. My blood! My blood is being overtaken by David's! How could this be? I feel it. My blood feels like it's burning. My heart is going to burst. The spell of my blood! The spell of the King of the North has no effect on my blood, but it stirs David's, rousing it. Before long, he will regain consciousness only to die. And with his death, my blood will be severed. I have long waited for the Star of Darkness to shine upon the planet. If I had not killed Susanna, I could have had her cast a defensive barrier. Such a terrible mistake. Machikaimashita! Ouch! Right in the blood! Suddenly, David stopped struggling, and all was quiet. Maybe his heart had finally ruptured her. No. He was not dead. David was pushing himself up. The magic of the King of the North has vanished. He must have depleted his very life to cast so many spells in a row. However, that would be a problem. If he died on his own, I would not be able to take my revenge. Good. I still sense the warmth of David's blood. Terrifying image. What a creepy fucking image. Jesus Christ. This is like playing the fucking Wyoming incident. The spell of the King of the North is gone, and I am alive. Devil King, do you hear me? You killed Susanna, and I am going to avenge her. And so the cycle of revenge continues. With his consciousness in control, David moved his body up the stairs. He left the basement and then went further up. The Devil King had no energy left to stop him. The King of the North beat you. Look, my blood has been revived, and I can control my body. Why don't you try moving it? Come on, I'm waiting. You fool. As long as the Star of Darkness exists, my blood is eternal. In fact, my blood is already taking over yours as we speak. Gasping for air, David raised his eyes toward the top of the castle. Yeah, I think he is. With the little strength he had left, he forced himself to climb the stairs. Devil King, your rebirth came too late. Now that I'm here at the top of the castle, I can follow after Susanna. No matter how bright the Star of Darkness shines, the Devil King can't resurrect if I'm dead. Stop it, David. Have you lost your mind? Though his limbs felt numb, David managed to climb atop the castle's wall. Holding on to his fading consciousness, he shouted at the Belmare Comet. Roth, Devil King, I don't know how many have suffered, how many have died to satisfy your thirst for revenge, but your hateful bloodline ends with me. Thus, David threw himself over the wall. Devil King probably couldn't sing anyway. The consciousness of Roth, the Devil King cried out, gripped by the terror of death. Yeah, we could have got that ending. The next day, a large crowd had gathered at St. Radford's Church in Stratford, south of the castle where these events have occurred. They were mourning the death of Archbishop Mellis. Okay, there's more. Okay, this is all epilogue shit. Remember, I saved in slot 8, and we'll load that save so we can save Susanna and get the true good ending. Massage parlors near you, DuckDuckGo. Yeah, it's a great engine, isn't it? It interpreted all endings as It interpreted all endings as happy endings. Sure did. That was a good one, Couch. No, you gotta admit, Josh, that was a good punchline. That was an actually good punchline. Oh, they're all shit now, yeah. Hell, at this point, you're better off just asking ChatGPT to find shit for you. Like, I'm pretty sure it's a better search engine than anything right now. I can't even find a picture of goats. What are you doing looking for Goatsy? I'm planning at the detective branch. The detective branch also has endings. Where does that branch start? Is that like after? Like, there are the endings. Like, besides these two endings, we're definitely going to do these endings. Okay, and then it's just credits. Alright, cool. Reset. We'll reset here. Load slot 8. I do have a save for after he... I do have saves. Oh, damn it. Yeah, sure. Why not? Oh, it's a reach. I get it. Oh, yeah, there's that too, isn't there? That's true. That is true. I think I saved that in slot 9? I saved that in slot 9. Right, the killing the detectives arc, yeah. We'll do that one too. I kind of want to do as many as I can. And then there are the, and then there's the post-note stuff where we go and try to fight him. Where we go to just try to confront the King of the North. I never did that. I did the escape ending first, which seems to be the most happy ending right now. Even though it did end ominously with the kid with his son or child. I don't even think it specified like anything there, but like the child was like telling him, "Ha! I'll get you next time, Archbishop Junior." That's right. Okay, it was a boy. Yeah, David Jr. was like taunting the Archbishop in his head. It hasn't crashed, trust me. It hasn't crashed. Oh, there it goes. I told you. How far back is it going to put us? Oh my god. It brought us all the way back to Jeff's. Maybe I should speed it up. But we're already here now, so I guess I'll speed up the I'll speed it up in options if I remember. Hopefully I'll remember. All right, cool. Now we just got to get all the way there. So even though we saved at the choice, it'll always put us before the choice. There are certain checkpoints in the game that the save loads to. Yep. Talking to the detective. Must have ordered you to investigate me. Who was it? I can't say. I don't know his name. Oh, we gotta watch the horror shit. We have to ask the horror shit. We have to do the horror thing. The confession spell, which was exactly as horrifying as it should have been. You're just, yeah, see, attracted. Oh. This question's directed at me. If I could offer you delicious gourmet quality Mexican food for free for the rest of your life, if you agree to become the Devil King, would you take the deal? No, because my life would be really short. My life would be very short because my soul would be replaced by the Devil King's. And then the Devil King would be enjoying the Mexican food, while I just didn't. No, I will not fall for it. Oh, it's such a terrifying scene. This scene is so ugly. It's so good. Yeah, it's a trick. That's a trick, and it would technically be the rest of my life, but it wouldn't be very long. It would be like the next day. He's dead, killed by a death curse. See, that seems to imply that they didn't kill him. And that it was the King of the North that killed him. Right, here we go. You had a nightmare that your name here was Swell Cat. It's kind of a sick name. I love the Devil King eyes. That's the funniest shit. You haven't remembered your dreams in 20 years. Jeez. What does the Devil King care about the songs of you mortals? I have come to kill the King of the North. Once my goal is accomplished, you will be free of your duties. Do what you want with your lives. They give the smoky eyeshadow look. Is that what that is? I'll take your word for it. That's still a long time. So creepy sounding. That's a good voice. Kind of reminds me of when the kid's like, I won't ask any more questions. Talk to me, except his voice got real deep. If you've ever seen Stir of Echoes with Kevin Bacon, which is an extremely 2000s movie, but it's also got some really good, like, unsettling, uncanny shit going on in it. Like, there's a lot of unsettling, uncanny horror shit in that movie. Can't move my body. What's happening to me? David raised his arms and closed his hands around. It's got a very distinct atmosphere. It's really good. Yeah, die, Susanna. You're strangling me. Okay, let's not listen to the Devil King this time. It kind of does. No, jeez, the screams are so bad. Okay, he decided to follow Susanna's words. Here we go. Psychological, like uncanny psychological horror. I think it's so hard to hit that they don't even have a name for it. I don't think. Why does she have doll arms? What's wrong with her arms? David's hands released Susanna's throat, and she collapsed to the floor. What's wrong with her arms? Susanna, your actions go against the dark laws. Do you realize this? Susanna, though coughing violently, stared at David, at the Devil King, with anger. Isn't that, I'm trying to remember her name. Leah Thompson? Isn't that Leah Thompson? Leah Thompson? It looks kind of like her, but I can't tell. I became a dark sorceress only to help David. If you're going to erase his mind, to hell with the dark law. I'll do everything I can to bring him back. Devil King, you said you would give me power. But not only are you trying to usurp my body, you tried to kill Susanna? Why? My power can only be unleashed once my blood fully replaces yours. Erasing your consciousness is but one of the steps. Your fate has been sealed the moment you have witnessed the blood of the northern tribes. Surrender yourself to me. No, I don't want to. Susanna! Susanna, where are you? I can't see you! I told you to surrender. The blood in your veins is no longer yours, and your consciousness is fading. Only I have control over your senses. Why is the Devil King doing such evil things? He looks like a J-pop Bishonen. You can't take him seriously. But what about Eleno Vision? She got up. Susanna stood again and started casting a spell that would bring back David's consciousness. Don't give up, David. I'm going to bring you back. It is futile, Susanna. Your meager powers will accomplish nothing. David's blood will not return. You are simply wasting your energy. Ignoring the Devil King, Susanna continued chanting her spell with everything she had. Then there was a change in David's expression. I can see you. Thank you, Susanna. That's enough now. We can never beat him. The Devil King is too strong. Susanna did not reply, continuing to chant the spell, and she didn't buy that. She didn't buy that bullshit. They both knew they were reaching their limit. Tears streamed from Susanna's eyes, her voice unsteady. The Devil King was not interfering, seemingly allowing her to complete her final heroic act. Stop it, Susanna. Any more than that and you'll die. Don't do this! Hearing his voice, she stopped chanting. I don't care if I die now, because I could talk to you again, one last time. One last time?! I wish this moment could last forever, but I don't want to see you die. Let's leave this world together, with this feeling in our hearts. Susanna tried getting closer to David. It's a trick! I'm not predicting nothing. I'm not predicting anything, guys. Right then, David grabbed his chest, screaming in pain. Ah! A needle's piercing my heart! David was writhing. David, what's wrong? Does your chest? It must be the King of the North. What? The King of the North? Curses! He struck while David's consciousness was in control. He might actually kill him. My blood? David's blood, roused by the pain, is taking over mine. Am I going to be defeated by the King of the North? Susanna, you must cast a defensive barrier. If you do not, David's blood will boil and burst out of his body. Seeing David suffering, Susanna had no choice but to obey. She left to gather the tools she needed to create the barrier. When she returned, she was not sure whether she would actually proceed or not. What was the point of saving David from the king, only for his mind to be destroyed by the Devil King? What are you doing, Susanna? Are you going to stand there and watch David suffer? Even if I cast the barrier, he's going to lose his mind forever. I wouldn't be saving him. I'd just be exchanging one death for another. Are you saying it is better for him to go through this torture? Without his consciousness, he will no longer feel anything, including pain. If you truly love him, then cast the barrier and spare him this agony. In tears. Oh, God, is that the Devil King? In tears, Susanna drew a magic circle and started chanting her spell. Cease that pathetic whining. You must devote mind and body to the spell if you wish to spare David from his torment. Seeing David squirm in pain, Susanna focused her mind on the spell. Finally, her expression relaxed. He's turned into Laurence Olivier. The pain is leaving. It must be your barrier. Thank you, Susanna. And goodbye. Devil King, if you want my body, hurry up and take it. At this rate, Susanna's gonna die. David's blood went still, and the blood of the Devil King was replacing it once more. David's consciousness began to fade. He seemed to have accepted his fate. Oh no! David, don't go. What am I going to do without you? David is no more. His memories are gone. I no longer require the barrier. David has truly become the Devil King. Susanna, I forgive you for breaking the dark laws. In return, you must serve as my personal slave. Forever. Patrick Troughton? Oh, was that Patrick Troughton? Susanna's eyes were no longer looking at David, they were looking at someone who used to be David. Pour the blood out of the dead northern tribesmen onto a plate. I shall reverse the flow of the spell of the King of the North. He will feel the agony of his own magic. Without a word, Susanna obeyed the Devil King's order. She poured the blood of the corpse into a plate. You should be ashamed to call yourself a dark sorceress with your meager knowledge of magic. Observe, Susanna. This is how you cast the dark spell reversal. Yeah, he is officially Iron Mask. This is the Iron Mask ending. Oh, it's even worse. God, at least, even when Susanna died, at least, you know, it gave him the willpower to take out the Demon King. David, the Devil King, chanted a spell and threw the bloody plate south. The stone wall hit by the plate was stained crimson with blood. The blood started pouring from the wall, copiously, as if the stone wall itself were alive. Could that have been the blood of the King of the North? The blood of the King of the North has been severed. How pathetic to expire from a mere spell reversal. Perhaps time has diluted his bloodline, weakening his magic. I suppose the same has happened to all sorcerers, dark and northern alike. Susanna, send a summon to all sorcerers in the world. I shall establish a dark kingdom. Any country that will not submit shall be annihilated with my forbidden arts. Rejoice, Susanna. Your beloved David will become king of the world. Susanna wasn't listening to the Devil King. She approached the man that used to be David and hurled herself at him, piercing his heart with a dagger she had been hiding. The blood of the King of the North has been severed. I won't let you disgrace David's body any longer. Brand me as a traitor if you want. I don't fear your punishment. The Devil King, his chest pierced, slowly pointed a finger toward Susanna. She screamed as blood started oozing out of her body. She collapsed, squirming in a pool of her own blood. She did her best to resist the urge of crying in pain. She did not want to give the Devil King that satisfaction. Now she could only await death. Shortly after, David's body collapsed, falling into Susanna's blood. Agonizing, she crawled towards him. As death was upon them, they managed to grab each other's hand. As their consciousness faded, they had forgotten their pain. They left this world together, smiling. The next day, a large crowd had gathered at St. Radford's Church in Stratford, south of the castle, where these events have occurred. They were mourning the death of Archbishop Mellis. And that's the end of that. That'll just cut to credits, won't it? This'll just cut to credits. Alright. I'll reset. I think... Yeah, just credits. I figured as much. Yeah, that's how the last one went. Alright, we'll do the detective thing now. I think it was save 9. And then we have the don't run away after getting attacked by the shepherds. Don't run away, and we have those endings. I think those are all the remaining endings, aren't they? And now we go to Tokyo and sacrifice to some of the Dark Lord. That would be crazy if he put on a mask. Put on an iron mask. Because we don't really know how Lord Iron Mask got where he was. We know about his soul and where it went. But we don't know about the guy, the physical person. In total, there are 7 endings. We've gotten 3 so far. The one where they ran away and had a kid. The one where David and Susanna died, but David killed her. And the one where David and Susanna died, where Susanna killed him. And then there's... Yeah, and then there's the... Whatever ending comes from... Whatever paths branch from killing the cops. And then I assume the 2 endings that are what happens when you don't run away and you confront the King of the North in 2 different... There are 2 different choices where you go to fight the King of the North. At least 2 that I know of. Uh-oh. Okay, yes. Okay, this is where they're torturing the cops. This is where they're torturing the cops. I forgot something important. Shit. It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. It'll be completely worth it. Settings. Hopefully this'll work. Oh shit. I'm assuming that 3 is fast. I'm assuming that 3 is fast. Okay, there we go. It'll take it a minute to load the CD, but should be fast text. Cool. Thank you, Cyberman, for coming on in. I have to say, you are a lifesaver. I was trying to get Textractor to... was it you who did the PC 8801 MA hack that lets you use Textractor on games, because that was a lifesaver for a certain thing I wanted to do. I'm pretty sure I saw sure I saw Cybermind on that. So if I'm not mistaken, it's really cool to say personally thank you for that, because man, it helped a lot. I was trying to figure out how to get War of the Dead's PC9 or PC88 version to translate, and I found that thing. I found that specific emulator version. All right, this is kind of weird where he says it again, and then you have to. You did similar hacks to some other emulators for PC Engine CD. Oh, that might be awesome. That might be. I've been curious about. Oh boy, X68000 and FM Towns. Jeez. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. I was actually thinking, man, Cybermind did this too. Okay. We gotta let them speak. Okay, yeah, the text is way faster now. That's way better. I should have turned this all the way up. Sometimes when it's on fast mode, it just goes instantly, and I don't like that, but this is way better. Well, that's awesome. It's awesome. It's good seeing you. Thank you. Yeah, I was like pulling my hair out trying to figure out how to get Textractor to capture PC 88 through 8801 MA, and then I found that. Legitimate lifesaver. Post them at the Tokugawa Core forums. It seems they're not working at the moment. Ah. Emerald Dragon OCE OCD. Okay. Yeah, they want to kill the they want to go out and kill the King in the North. Right now I'm just kind of catching up to where they have the detectives captured, and then we are going to use the truth spell on them. Even though that feels like the wrong path, it seems to be the closest thing to a right path there is currently. So we got to kill Clark and Vince and see what happens. Oh, PC. Devil King, huh? We've been hearing that name a lot. Yeah. He's acting like he doesn't know, even though we do know who he is. And it didn't matter anyway, because everything went to shit because the Devil King took over. Wouldn't this just make him take over sooner? We'll see what happens, and then we'll try the other one. We'll try the other paths. Alright, here we go. Use kanji ROMs to store kanji characters. Usually the platform provides an API to read the kanji ROM. All you need to do is hack that API and hook it to... Wow. Alright. Here we go. We did the thing. Huh. So even, like, I always thought that was just an NEC, like, PC series. Oh, I guess PC Engine would be part of that. To store kanji characters, usually the platform provides an API to read the kanji ROM. All you need to do is hack the API and hook it to Textractor. That's fascinating. Yeah, I guess so. So did I. I actually thought that too, but... That's pretty amazing. And it keeps these games alive, which is so... It's getting increasingly important. increasingly important. What other game? Yeah. Oh, the PC Engine CD add-on, not the original PC Engine, has Kanji ROM. Oh, the CD add-on has it. It's reading, guys. It'll get there. It's gonna get there. There it is. There it is. Music's kicked in. I was about to start playing a YouTube playable. Has anybody been enjoying the absolutely necessary YouTube playables? They're so bad. Clark and Vince gasped as David took the pills. Chief, they're actually doing the sorcery stuff. What's gonna happen to us? Oh, this is gonna be sad. So the other path was the correct path then. It's just hypnosis. When they chant their spells, think of something else and you'll be fine. Hypnosis is especially effective when you're scared. At any rate, you don't actually know anything, you'll be fine. Under the effects of the pills, David's consciousness, maybe it does, but it's kind of finicky. I don't really want to screw nothing up. David's consciousness faded. Then Susanna turned to Clark and Vince. We're ready to summon the power of the Devil King. You will die the moment I chant the spell. Are you going to tell us about your client or not? You think I'm gonna fall for this bullshit? Go ahead and do your magic trick. See if I care. Oh no. Susanna turned towards David and started chanting the spell. Vince covered his ears. Then David opened his eyes. Staring at Clark and Vince, Susanna was still chanting. Oh God! My body, it burns! My hands, my legs, I can't move! What the hell? This isn't hypnosis? Vince, run! Ah, it burns! Clark, what's the client's name? Tell us his address. The Devil King orders you. I'll never tell. What kind of detective would I be if I told you John Jeff's name? What does Jeff's do? Where is he? Burning hell? I don't know that Jeff's a fortune teller. I can't tell you he works in the back of the Gucci store on Bond Street. The Gucci? Gucci? Oh, really? The menu key? Next to the... Oh, I see. I don't know anything. Help! Blood! Blood on my hands, my face! It won't stop pouring out. I'll tell you everything. I know. Just make it stop. Next to the right? Come... Oh, no. It's kind of doing weird shit. Okay, just make it stop. Vince spoke. Clark spoke. It's the menu key. Okay. My blood's gushing out. Help! I'll tell you about the client, please! Oh, it does make it go a little faster. I see. The clothes of Clark and Vince are soaked red. Blood was overflowing from their shoes, spilling onto the floor. I could have read the readme a little closer. As the blood flowed from the top of their heads, they looked like red ogres of folklore. They turned to look at one another and collapsed, writhing in agony. They didn't deserve that. Clark and Vince were literally drowning in a pool of their own blood. Eventually, not even a drop of blood was left in their veins. In death, they had found the relief they had longed for. That's fucked. Oh yeah, it's like going like 700%. Excluding Susanna and the unconscious David, the other sorcerers in the room had retreated into a corner, terrified. They're dead. What frightens you so? You can't call yourself dark sorcerers and be afraid of a little blood. You know what? I'm kind of glad that the menu key has a use now. Susanna scolded Mr. and Mrs. Lands, and then she turned to David and chanted a spell to wake him up. David, look at the floor. Your power has drained the blood of them. If they are with the northern tribes, the sight of their blood will awaken the power of the Devil King. David nodded and turned towards the floor. Ah, they're dead. Who could do such a terrible thing? When he realized that everyone was staring at him, he began to scream in a panic. You mean to say that I did this? There's no way. I'd never kill anyone. I'd never do something so terrible. This is but a small portion of the power that lies dormant in your blood. If you tapped into the full power of the Devil King, you could change the world. I don't want this. I never wanted this horrible power. They did. Onyo Senki looks amazing. Haro no Hyoteki. Haro no Hyoteki. I'm gonna write that one down. I've seen Onyo Senki. Haro no Hyoteki. Is that the one that Solid Snack played, I wonder? Oh, Legend of the Melva? That was Soft Studio Wing? Alright, here. This looks amazing. Oh, wait. No. Open image, new tab. There we go. I already like the instruction manual look. Look at that.
Banished 3D is now following.
Banished! Thank you for the follow. It's too late, David. Now that you've seen the blood of the northern tribes. Retro Brindle. Thank you for the follow. It's too late, David. Now that you've seen the blood of the northern tribes, the power of the Devil King will manifest itself. Then, you'll be able to kill the King of the North. So now she's like... Now she's just full evil, because they don't know. They don't know. There we go. I'd rather be killed than become a murderer. Please don't make me kill other people. Susanna, you knew this would happen. That's why you gave me those pills. You said you loved me. But all you really wanted was the power of the Devil King, didn't you? Oh, he played Hado, huh? Hado looked fucking sick. It looked incredible. I'm a murderer. You tricked me into becoming one. What am I gonna do now? What am I? Ah! David screamed, clutching his head before dropping to the floor, motionless. The sight of the two corpses in a pool of blood was too much for him. He had a mental breakdown and fainted. He's not used to these sights like we are. It must have been too much for him. Please, bring him to my room. He hasn't recovered from the King of the North's spell. He'll feel better after a good night's sleep. By then, the power of the Devil King will have manifested itself. What do we do about their client, this Jeffs? He must know about the King of the North. He probably knows about me as well as Mr. and Mrs. Lands. We'll stay here while the rest of you go capture him. Insane asylum ending? Could be. Could be. He might run away as soon as he realizes he can't get in contact with the detectives. We must go now. Take care of David while we're gone. Will do. I'll keep watch from the roof with a rifle. I won't let anyone approach before you're back. 7 endings. Greg and the others left in a car. Yeah, Clark and Vince didn't deserve that. Helped by Lance, Susanna brought David back to her room. They laid him on the bed and he immediately fell asleep. David was sleeping like a corpse. Mr. and Mrs. Lands went home to prepare for their guard duty. Susanna also left the room. She was gathering the tools she needed to cast a spell that would protect David from the King of the North. After a while, David came to his senses and was alone in the room. He looked around. The room was illuminated by candles. Susanna's room. So I was sleeping. But what about those corpses? Was that another nightmare? Susanna's a dark sorceress. She killed them to revive the blood of the Devil King in my veins. Those two detectives and their clients are Northern tribesmen. Nightmare or not, something's about to happen. I must talk to Susanna. She really is a dark sorceress, then. David felt uneasy about seeing Susanna. The nightmare caused him to feel different about her. Ooh, Onyo. Onyo has a ton of text, huh? That is the tricky part. That's probably why Tokyo Twilight Busters doesn't have an official translate or any major translation yet. I remember, like, Macaw was actually talking about how he had seen somebody years and years ago say, I'm gonna translate Tokyo Twilight Busters, and then nothing came of it. And Macaw knew that is too big a game. How's it going, Fenris Wolf? He lit a lamp and walked out of the room. An FMV version? There was an FM Towns version. But that's a very different thing, and I think it cut out one of the endings for some reason. He had not learned of the layout of the castle yet. He went downstairs, entering the dining room. If I got that ending, remember, I got the two Shakespearean endings, and the ending where they ran off and had a kid. Are any of those the ending that got cut out in the FM Towns version? I'm very curious about which one got cut. The candles in the dining room were lit, but Susanna was not there. This will be the fourth of, 7 endings. He returned to the corridor. For some reason, he recalled his nightmare. In my dream, at the end of the corridor, there was another path to the right. As if to confirm whether it was merely a dream, David walked down the corridor and saw a light coming from his right. Yeah, it's just so much. Twilight Busters is such a big effort. Any amount of work translating it is good work, as far as I'm concerned. Finished up the minigames. Oh, you 100%. You finished up Yakuza 3, huh? That's a really good one. I like it. I feel like Yakuza 3 is underrated. The moment he turned right, he felt as if he was back in his nightmare. Candles were lit along the walls. At the end of the corridor was a door. The same door he saw in the nightmare. In my nightmare, beyond that door, there were stairs that led to the basement. Is this still a dream? He ran down the corridor and stopped in front of the door. He opened it. As he feared, the stairs led to a basement, lit by candles. You gotta still pick up 30 pieces of trash and legend for Plab. Real close. GG. You're getting there. David walked down the stairs. Oh. So that's what went down. Okay, well that's better. That's definitely better than what I've heard, because I always said that the FM Towns version only has 6 endings. So it merged 2 of the endings and added some extra dialogue. So it actually added stuff. That's really cool. When he reached the door, he stopped to think. If this is like my nightmare, beyond this door would be 2 men lying in a pool of blood. Susanna and the sorcerers. David was afraid to open the door. He would rather go back, but something compelled him to see the truth with his own eyes. I may as well save in slot 9, since this is kind of a doomed path anyway. He opened the door. We've already seen all the alternatives to this branch, so... Ah! Just like his nightmare, the floor was covered in blood, which was wetting David's feet. At the center of the grisly pool were the corpses of 2 men. Unlike his nightmare, neither Susanna nor the sorcerers were present. Instead, there was a young man standing beside the corpses. David, these 2 people you killed were not Northern tribesmen. The Devil King must witness the blood of the Northern tribes. Who is he, David thought. He knows about the Northern tribes. Could he be the Devil King? Are you a dark sorcerer, or are you the Devil King? Me, the Devil King. Surely you must know he lurks in your veins, waiting to witness the blood of the northern tribes. What are you afraid of? How could you cry out at the mere sight of commoner blood? Oh, okay. They were extremely similar, yeah. So they just merged those endings into one big betrayal ending. That's kind of cool. I'm curious about how that plays out. That happened in a dream, David thought. Nobody else should know about it. So this must be another dream. This is a dream, isn't it? There's only two men who always torment me in my dreams, the King of the North and the Devil King. If you're not the Devil King, then you must be the King of the North. I am not the King of the North either. You're trying to convince yourself you are inside a nightmare because you have killed two men. But I assure you, this is reality. Touch these corpses. Taste their blood. Face the truth. Who are you? Show yourself! Can you not tell? I am the man who longs to acquire the power of the Devil King. What? A third guy! Who longs to acquire the power of the Devil King in order to kill the King of the North and live happily ever after with Susanna. I am David. He's the third guy. You're David. Quit screwing around. Susanna loves me, and I love her. Why do you want to make her happy? Do you really love her as you claim? You do not feel love for Susanna the sorceress. But I am you. I am the David who can love Susanna unconditionally. Terrifying image. The man turned towards David. David looked at the man's face. He tried to speak, but no words would leave his mouth. The man's face was the same face he always saw in the mirror. I am David. Unless the pathetic, cowardly David disappears, Eleno Vision is going to disband. This is insane. David spoke. If you're David, then who am I? You are David, and I am David. The only difference is that I will never stop loving Susanna, while your love for her is dying down. The other David approached him, holding a knife. David was terrified by his other self. He tried to run away, but his legs would not move. The other David raised the knife. Paralyzed by fear, David closed his eyes and screamed. Holy shit! What is going on? Okay, he woke up. That was the nightmare. Then he heard Susanna's voice coming from far away. Susanna, help me!
That escalated quickly.
David, wake up! David felt his body being shaken, and he opened his eyes. It was Susanna. I'm in bed, David thought. It was another dream. There's nothing to fear now, David. We did what we had to do to survive. He didn't understand the meaning of Susanna's words. What do you mean by what we had to do? He killed the two detectives. We had no other choice if we wanted to awaken the power of the Devil King. So it wasn't a nightmare. But Susanna, those two weren't Northern tribesmen. What? They weren't. It's gonna be alright. Greg and the others captured their client, Jeffs. He's in the basement. He's definitely a Northern tribesman. Come on, let's go see him. Don't tell me that. You want to kill him as well? I don't want to kill anyone else. Susanna, let's run away together. We could go to Japan. Surely the King of the North can't reach us there. No. He'd never stop hunting us. We need to kill him. If we miss this chance, our children would never be safe. I saw it in my dream. The Devil King will kill me and reincarnate as another David. How could you try to revive him knowing that I'll be gone? You saw it in a dream. My mother never said anything about that. When the blood of the Devil King is revived, you'll obtain his power. That's it. Now come. That's where it's leading. It's leading there. Soft Studio Wing is secretly Wolf Team. No, I won't. I don't want to be a murderer. Besides, if I see the blood of the Northern Tribesmen, I'll become the Devil King. I'll stop being me. You're coming with me, David. They're waiting for you. Shut up, David. You're killing people now. You're a killer now, just like me. Come on. Susanna pulled David out of the room. The corridor was bright as if the night had passed. Why do you want me to kill people, Susanna? You never loved me, did you? You only ever wanted the power of the Devil King. I'm not going with you. Shut up, David. No band for you. I'm seriously doubting your commitment to Eleno Vision. You peeing. David shook Susanna off and fled in the direction opposite the basement. He heard Susanna calling out to him, but she did not seem to be following him. If you're not willing to kill for your band, are you really the best guy for the band? David ran down the hallway. He kept running, trying to reach the wall he could see ahead. However, he was not getting any closer to it, as if he were simply stomping his feet on the spot. He was getting tired. He stopped running and looked back. Nobody was chasing him. He made his way back and stopped, dumbfounded. The wall he had been trying so hard to reach was right in front of him. A door. There was a door in it. David pushed the door without hesitation, and with a creaking noise, it opened. When he saw the room, he was left speechless. It was the same room he had been sleeping in. Every item, every piece of furniture was in the same place. Even his own luggage was there. As if sleepwalking, he made his way inside. When I left the room, Susanna didn't chase me, David thought. Maybe I'm under the effects of a hypnotic spell. I ran so much, but I'm back where I started. David felt a presence and turned towards the entrance. It was dark outside the room, with only candles breaking the darkness. The man with the knife! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning lit up the corridor. A sound so loud that it felt like the heavens themselves had split. Then, there was a figure in front of the entrance. David, I have come for you. Come with me to the basement and witness the blood of that man. As the lightnings kept flashing, David was able to see the face of the man. The other David, the one he met in the basement. If you're the real David, why don't you go to the basement? Why do I have to go? Because there should not be two Davids. Only by witnessing the blood of the Northern Tribes will we become one. If you will not do so, then you must vanish. It's the Devil King again. David sees a man down there. His other self approached him, brandishing a knife. David tried to dodge the knife, but his aim was true, and it pierced his heart. Ah! David's scream echoed throughout the room. He was in a hospital bed there for a second. Is there any good way out of this? It could be. Probably should be. Another nightmare, David thought. Is this reality or am I still dreaming?
Yippity!
He was losing his mind thinking about it. He decided to lie on the bed and close his eyes, trying to calm down. Oh no! Green Screen Man! You are trying to kill one of my tribesmen. My curse may have failed, but now that I am here, I shall run my sword through your heart. The King of the North appeared in his room. He approached David, brandishing his tiny sword. David stood up, looking for a chance to flee. When the King of the North had lowered his guard, he made his move. It's this tiny little sword. It was like this long. It was real thin. He was just carrying it. He was a big old round guy. But then he heard the King Hroth's voice inside his head. You cannot defy fate, David. If you wish to defeat the King of the North, you must witness the blood of the northern tribes. Without the powers of the Devil King, the King of the North will kill you. David laughed at the man's pathetic, stupid, tiny, small toy sword. The one who stands before you is but a shadow. Focus your eyes on the sword, and he will not be able to kill you. Go to the basement. Susanna awaits you. Hurry! King Broth. The King of the North aimed his sword at David's chest. At the last moment, he was able to dodge the strike and tackled his assailant. He had expected some kind of impact, but the King of the North must have been an illusion. He passed through him and tumbling into the corridor. In a frenzy, he hurried down the stairs. Fearing that a sword could pierce his back at any moment, he kept running down the corridor. At the end, he turned right and reached the door at the end where he stopped. It's the door that leads to the basement, David thought. Did the Devil King lead me here? I can't open it. When he turned around, intent on going back, he saw a knife right before his eyes. You have come this far, why turn back? You must go to the basement, David. Do it, or I will kill you. David shook off the knife, pushing his other self away, and ran away. He could think of nothing else. He had to run. Look at its little tiny sword. He's got a little baby sword. As he approached the dining room, he saw the King of the North, sword in hand, coming down the stairs. So David ran, he kept running. He eventually reached the door that led to the courtyard. Yes, he ran. He ran all night and day. He opened the door and jumped outside without even stopping to look. He couldn't get away. Oh, what's gonna happen? It's loading hard. It's doing a hard load. It was dark outside the castle, stars dotting the sky. David looked around and his heart almost gave out from the sheer shock. This isn't the garden? He thought, it's the same town from my nightmares. Either I'm dreaming or this is an illusion created by magic. On the verge of a mental breakdown, David screamed at the empty town. As if to respond to his cry, a terrifying, murderous intent swept over him. David was shivering, as if he had been bathed in cold water. It's the creepy fortune teller town, the Hall of Creepy Faces. He could not stop there. He had to stop running through the town before the source of that bloodlust reached him. He knew the way, as he had been in this town multiple times in his nightmares. If I go this way, the path turns to the left? Should go downhill? I'm glad it's not making us do this section. If I turn right, take the next left downhill, I should get to a road where you can see the castle. It's like my nightmares. I should be able to reach the castle. Come to think of it, it was very similar to Susanna's. He's just going right back. Forgetting about the threat hunting him, David ran through the town from his memories. Across the wilderness, he could see the castle in the distance. Was the castle from my nightmares Susanna's castle? Was I fated to come here? The moment he stepped into the wilderness, David felt dizzy. Dizzy David. He'll be fine. When he opened his eyes, David was standing in front of Susanna's room. He had been transported from the wilderness to the castle in an instant. He'll be fine. He opened the door and found Susanna there. I've been waiting for you, David. Come on, we have to go to the basement. Everyone's worried because you've been taking so long. Hurry, David, you must witness the blood of that man before the Star of Darkness leaves this planet. Susanna grasped his hand tightly. Enough of this. I don't want to kill anyone. All of a sudden, the other David appeared at his side. These cursed-ass pictures, they're so good. Other David, Susanna, there is no choice. We must kill the other David. There cannot be two Davids. The other David approached him, brandishing his knife. Let go of me, Susanna. I have to run. If I don't run, he's gonna kill me. David tried to pry Susanna's fingers open, but they were stiff as iron and would not budge. The other David raised the knife. Oh no, he stabbed him. Oh, he's awake again. Before he could feel any pain, everything went dark. Did he faint before the knife struck him? He was falling into an abyss of pure darkness. David screamed. That wouldn't be a bad one. David was lying in a hospital bed. Susanna was at his side. Tell me, doctor, will he get any better? Susanna was talking to a doctor from the mental hospital David had been recovering in. She had been taking care of him all this time. You said he's been dreaming for a month now. What's going to happen to him? Identify the doctor, guys. Try to see through the obvious... Look at that hair! As you can see from his EEG, his brain activity is abnormal. See how many ripples there are. His brain waves are in complete disarray. This is the kind of pattern caused by fear, a nightmare perhaps, but normally the shock would wake you up instantly. It's as if he's secluded himself in the dream world in order to escape from reality. Sometimes celebrities can't cope with their popularity. Maybe he just wants to be alone. Though these violent brainwaves are not desirable, the silver lining is that even in the worst-case scenario, he won't fall into a vegetative state. Doctor, is he able to hear me while he sleeps? Well, his EEG is calm, he's sound asleep, and he won't be able to hear you. He should be able to hear you when his brainwaves are spiking. I must inform you, however, that it will only be a fleeting memory to him. I understand how you feel, Miss Susanna, but please take care of yourself as well. This kind of condition requires a lot of time and a lot of patience. With that, the doctor left, alone with David. Susanna moved closer to his ear and spoke to him, caressing her belly. He's got a baby. Potentially. Oh! David, our baby's growing well. Please wake up soon. I want the three of us to live together. David did not react, but Susanna felt like she heard a voice. And so, my bloodline shall carry over. Well done, Susanna. I shall return to the Star of Darkness and rest. I look forward to my return, 300 years from now. It's the voice of King Hroth. Once he returns to the star... I love that! So it wasn't all just crazy. He just went catatonic because he freaked out. So he did kill the detectives. All that happened. It bamboozled me into thinking it was a crazy twist. It's the voice of King Hroth. Once he returns to the Star of Darkness, David will wake up, I'm sure of it. Excited for David's imminent awakening, Susanna started replying to the pile of letters the fans sent David during his stay at the hospital. And I guess this is credits. Okay, I'll hit the frame skipper, see if it makes it faster. I don't think it does. It might. I don't think skip frames, like, I don't think it does this. I don't think it speeds up data reads. No, it does. It does. That was way shorter. Okay, the mirrors ending was really sick. That was really sick. I know, I love that. Because you're thinking, oh, he was crazy all along. None of it happened. And then she's like, that was King Hroth. He'll be back soon. So that's not what it was the sight of the dead bodies. He refused to see the dead bodies. That's pretty that's amazing. All right. We had another choice on this slot, so we're going to do that. And then I guess we're going to go back to that. We're just going to finish this off. We're going to get all 7. We're going to try and get all the endings we can. What are we up to now? 4? I'll use the frame skipper from this from now on because it definitely does speed up the load time. Okay, help by Lance. Okay, let's keep it going. Yeah, this is way faster now. Okay, so we gotta get him down to the basement. And then he's gotta go back. He's gotta go back to his room and not look at the bodies. I'm speeding through right now. Just like this nightmare. Yeah, and then... Who is he? Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, cool. Here we go. Okay. I'm just going through the dialogue. Oh, it's so fast. It's so fast that I'm afraid of... fucking up the choice. Oh, the head turn. Okay. Oh, did I? Whoops. I did exactly what I was afraid to do. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. I didn't know if it was later. Wow, this is the first time it's actually like... Because it's usually a good while before, Thank you, Cybermind. It usually takes a bit longer from loading to, hitting this point, to hitting the choice. This is, like, probably the closest. Okay, right before the door. I thought so. I guess I just missed it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I must have just missed it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. He stopped to think. Alright, yeah, I did miss it. My bad. Thank you. Decided to return to his room. There we go. Yeah, I thought it was a little odd. I was like, where'd the choice go? I guess I just skipped through it. It's basically a skip frames function. It's going like 6. It's probably going like an insane frame, like an insanely small frame. It's like 3 frames a second, but it's skipping like 30 frames. David decided to go back. He was afraid that his nightmare might become reality if he entered the basement. That was a cool ending. The mirror's ending was pretty cool. He left in a hurry as if to run away from the door and made his way to the door that led to the courtyard. This might be the sorcerer's castle I saw in my nightmares, David thought. If Susanna's a sorceress like in my nightmares, she'll try to make me a murderer. Sorry, Susanna, but I must leave. David opened the door. This is like the denial ending. David opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. Stars dotted the sky. It was as bright as a full moon night. David walked out of the castle's gates and ran down the starlit road. Out in the wilderness, there were no landmarks. He had no idea how far he had run. Still, he had to keep going as long as he could breathe. By the time the castle was a small silhouette in the distance, he heard the sound of a car's engine. He saw the headlights flickering in the wilderness. It's heading for the castle. Is it the sorcerers? Or is it the northern tribesmen? David looked for a place to hide, but there were no trees in sight. He could only run across the prairie, getting as far away from the road as possible. The sound of the car's exhaust was getting closer. The grass around his feet was illuminated by headlights, and he could see his shadow in front of him. The car slowed down a little behind him. It's idling. He could do nothing else. He stopped running, and the car stopped as well. A person got out of the car and approached him. A man. When he saw him, David started sweating. It was just like the man I saw in my nightmare. When they showed me a photo of the detective's client. Is this Jeff's? Why was he going to Susanna's castle? Ah, the French. Once he came closer, he had no more doubts. Jeffs glared at David with a look of suspicion. I was wondering what kind of fool would run alone in the night, and it turned out to be David himself. What are you doing here?
I'm French.
Who are you? Jeffs. I've lost contact with the detectives I sent to investigate you, so I came here myself. I certainly wasn't expecting to find you out here. I am a northern sorcerer at the service of the King of the North. The Devil King and the Dark Sorcerers are the sworn enemies of the northern tribes. How's it going, Mighty C? Yeah, we're getting the remaining endings. We've got 4 endings so far. There are 7, apparently, and this is the 5th ending. We've hit like a 5th ending right now. I am a northern sorcerer at the service of the King of the North. The Devil King and the Dark Sorcerers are the sworn enemies of the northern tribes. You must die before the blood that flows in your veins is awakened. I don't want to fight the northern tribes. That's why I ran away. Let's stop fighting. I don't care about this ancient history. Do you think the Devil King would abandon his quest for revenge just because you want nothing to do with it? Huh. Don't make me laugh. It's really good. It's really good. Mirrors is fantastic. You're all insane. You, Susanna, everyone. You're a bunch of psychopaths. Before David could push Jeffs away, he pulled out a dagger. He pulled out a damn Buster Sword. Look at that thing. Drop that thing. If you try to take my life, the power of the Devil King will manifest and you'll die. I'm serious. Huh. You won't scare me like that. I know more about the Devil King than you. Don't underestimate a northern sorcerer. Jeffs thrust the dagger towards David. He tried to dodge. Now his hand is giant. But his assailant was skilled. Then he felt a sharp pain and cried out. Oh no, he got stabbed? Is this the David goes full dummy and runs out and gets stabbed ending? That's what it's feeling like. Oh no, he woke up.
That really got out of hand fast.
This world shouldn't exist. Destroy it all.
Well, in agony, he heard Susanna's voice. Susanna, help me. What's this music? Oh no, I think he actually died. I think he actually got killed here. David, wake up, it's me, Susanna. Okay, never mind. David opened his eyes. Susanna's face was in front of his. She was holding his hand. What happened to Jeffs? Why are you asking about Jeffs? Greg and the others are on their way to capture him. If everything goes well, they should bring him here tonight. Come on, David, we gotta go down to the basement. We gotta go down to the basement. He wasn't sure what she was talking about, but then he realized he was lying in bed. What time is it? It's 4. I love the palette changes. They're so good. It's 4 p.m. You were sleeping like a log, so I figured I'd let you rest. Did you have a nightmare? What about Dark Mr. Lands? Yeah, I do, Dana. I vaguely remember there was a band mentioned at one point. He was on the roof with his wife, keeping an eye out for the northern tribesmen. David, is there something wrong? Does your body hurt? My body feels heavy, weak. I feel like crap. David finally realized he just saw another one of his dreams. I get it now, David thought. After I took those pills, the detectives were killed. If they catch... Oh, okay. If they catch Jeffs, they'll kill him too. That's why I had that nightmare. So he feels a little better about killing the detectives now. I thought you'd obtain the powers of the Devil King, but it seems they weren't Northern tribesmen. Jeffs is. I'm sure of it. His blood will definitely awaken the Devil King. The memory of the two corpses lying in a pool of their own blood made David feel sick. Are you alright? You must be weak because you haven't had anything to eat yet. I'll go fetch something for you. Wait for me, okay? Once Susanna left the room, David thought once again about the two dead men in the basement. Even though I didn't kill them directly, I feel responsible. If I were to cause more deaths, my heart couldn't take it. But I can't leave the castle either. I can't face the Northern tribes alone. Greg will come back to Jeff sooner or later. We'll come back with Jeff sooner or later. What am I going to do then? What am I going to do? David wanted to cry. He curled up into a ball under the covers, but then the voice of King Hroth spoke to him. David, why do you worry? You must simply follow your destiny. Once you obtain the powers of the Devil King, all of your worries shall disappear. Can't you see the pain in my heart? It's because I'm following this destiny that I'm suffering like this. Susanna and the Dark Sorcerers are ready to give their lives to protect you, and yet you only worry about yourself. If you fail to defeat the King of the North, the Northern tribesmen will kill them all. They will kill Susanna. Susanna, the woman who chose to become a sorceress out of love for you. Are you willing to throw her feelings away out of fear? Are you not ashamed of your cowardice, David? If you cannot run away from your destiny, you should run headlong towards it. Lead the fight against the King of the North. Maybe I was wrong, David thought. Maybe I was only worrying about myself. If I'm destined to kill, then I should ready myself rather than curl up in a ball and cry. David made up his mind and his worries disappeared. His frustration was quelled, and he was finally calm. Quickly, Susanna! The Devil King's blood, it's gone! The Star of Darkness! Everyone's here to see it! What am I going to do? Who is going to... I'm so old now. Who is going to awaken the Devil King's blood for me? David made up his mind and his worries disappeared. His frustration was quelled and he was finally calm. Could you imagine if if Dr. Ozone was hired again to do a laser-active version of Mirrors where he played David Astley with the frosted tips? He'd have a frosted tips wig. King Hroth, I'm going to realize your ancient wish. If it makes Susanna happy, I'll annihilate the Northern tribes, become the Devil King, sever the blood of the King of the North. After his proclamation, David felt himself filled with the same power and confidence that he had during his concerts. He has the acting ability. He could have nailed this. I'd pay good money to see that. Okay, so he's accepted it. He's accepted his role now. I wonder if that's gonna change things. I wonder if that's gonna change how the game, like, is he gonna share consciousness with the Devil King if I do it this way? His mind made up, David jumped out of bed. In the dark room, the candles flickered. What's the matter, David? You literally jumped out of the bed. Was that another nightmare? David thought his conversation with King Hroth had only lasted a few minutes, but looking outside the windows, he noticed it was night. You fell asleep while I was cooking. What did you dream about this time? Hello, Hagrid.
Hello, Harry. It's me, Hagrid.
Hi, Hagrid. I was scolded by King Hroth, and now I see everything clearly. I feel that by fighting against my fate, I'll only end up hurting you. If I'm destined to kill, then so be it. This is the coolest David's been the whole game. Are you sure you won't regret this? I won't. The moment I accepted my destiny, I started feeling the same way I felt during a concert. Strong, confident. I'm happy to hear that. Greg and the others are waiting for us in the basement. Ikshol. Greg, you say? Ah, they must have brought Jeff's. What time is it? He's like fully committed. It's 10 p.m. Are you sure you'll be fine? Jeff is a northern sorcerer. A moment of weakness and you could die. You have to trust me, Susanna. Don't ask me to run away now. I'm sorry. Silly me having doubts just now that your mind's made up. David and Susanna went to the basement. Inside the room was Jeff's, hands tied behind his back, surrounded by Greg and the other dark sorcerers. When he saw his face, David thought back to his dream. He looks identical, he thought. This is the first time I meet him in person, and he looks just like the man I saw in my dream. How is this possible? Jeff stared at David in disbelief. How are you alive? I'm sure the dagger pierced your heart. So he saw him too? He remembers him too. So you were behind that nightmare. Susanna, he's a sorcerer. In fact, I think his sorcery is second only to the King of the North himself. Indeed, I am a northern sorcerer. In fact, the fact that you survived my incubus curse can only mean you manifested the power of the Devil King. If only I had confirmed you carried his blood earlier. No matter. The King of the North will succeed where I've failed. Now tell me, Susanna, why have you brought me here? Oh shit. We want you to tell us the King of the North's whereabouts. We already know you're not going to tell us willingly, so we're going to cast a confession spell. Besides, your spells are too dangerous. We're going to make sure you can never cast them again.
You've always been a kidder, Steve.
He should have used the succubus curse. Would have won me over. I would have been fucking dead. Your spells may have been effective on a pair of detectives, but I am a northern sorcerer. Do you really believe you will succeed? But this is just gonna go the same way, isn't it? You may be a northern sorcerer, but we are the dark sorcerers who have been guarding the bloodline of the Devil King for generations. We will not fail. Take the pills, David. We'll handle the rest. Don't mind if I do. Oh, shit. I don't need them anymore, Susanna. I'm confident that I can bring out the power of the Devil King just by listening to your incantation. The moment I stopped fearing the sight of blood, I've started feeling the power of the Devil King more and more. Seeing his overwhelming energy, Susanna dropped the pills and began chanting her spell. Jeff stared at Susanna and then scoffed at her. What a fool you are, Susanna! You have failed to notice the change within my consciousness, as I thought you dark sorcerers are nothing but buffoons. David's body was heating up from Susanna's spell. At the same time, he saw the heat engulfing Jeff's. Buffoons!
The air glimpsed out of the corner of my eye.
Susanna saw that big PP energy.
To show off my moves.
Susanna ignored Jeff's taunts and kept chanting.
I was in a computer.
Pain! Pain would have taken care of these northern sorcerers like they were nothing. Even by borrowing David's power, your sorcery amounts to nothing. You will never be able to control my consciousness. Her forehead was beaded with sweat. She was starting to lose her nerve from her spell's lack of effect. I've had enough. Have a taste of a real spell. Oh no. Ah! Is that... Jeff's chanted a spell and Susanna's face turned red as if she had walked into an oven. Unable to withstand the pain, Susanna stopped chanting, gasping for air. She glared at Jeff's. Only the King of the North can repel a dark spell. I'm afraid the King of the North is possessing him. You finally realized it. Now let's put an end to the charade. Oh no, he became the King of the North. Oh no, he killed Susanna! Blood gushed out of Susanna's face. Then from her hands and her feet, she collapsed to the floor. The other dark sorcerers started fleeing in panic, but the spell of the King of the North spared no one, and in a matter of seconds they were all lying on the floor, writhing in a pool of their own blood. Crying in anger, David jumped at Jeff's, choking him. With his hands tied behind his back, he could not resist. His consciousness filled with rage, David was seemingly impervious to the King of the North's death curse. His fingers gouged Jeff's throat. Jeff's slumped down to the floor, unable to speak, his life leaving his body. Yeah, it's a scary face, Spangle. We've seen it before, too. It was in a different palette, but we've seen it. David stared at Jeff's blood. Then he pointed his bloodied hand south, chanting, "No, howling a spell." David, now the Devil King, could easily sense the flow of the spell of the King of the North. His counterspell, fueled by vengeance, followed the magical waves back to the source. He chanted the spell with all of his might. His figure overlapped with that of King Hroth, a demon obsessed with vengeance. Yeah, you guys think David Sylvian knows about this? If you've seen, like, modern-day David Sylvian... Let me find, like, frankly, I don't think he's seen this game. I'm pretty sure David Sylvian lived this game. This is what he looks like now. Like, this is what he used to look. He used to look just like the main character of the game. He used to look just like this guy, right? Like, this is what he looked like when he was young. Right? And now he has literally become a fucking wizard. And the next day, a large crowd had gathered at St. Radford's Church in Stratford, south of the castle where these events have occurred. They were mourning the death of Archbishop Mellis. Seems like no, not abrupt. It's still going. He is literally Lord Iron Mask for real. We must stop David Sylvian by not listening to any of his music. Don't go near David Sylvian. A few days later, Alan, Andrew, and Martin were talking to the chief physician of the Heath Mary Mental Hospital in the suburbs of London. The band! Give it to us straight, Doctor. Is David ever gonna wake up? Mr. David lived through something so traumatic that he was only able to cope by shutting himself in. It would take a shock of similar magnitude to bring him back. At this point, I can't say when or if he will ever be able to leave our clinic. Damn it. I can't even imagine what he went through during his vacation. I saw the photos of the scene. It was straight out of a horror movie. If they told me it was a picture of hell, I would have believed it. Knock it off, Alan. I lost 20 pounds since I saw the pictures. If it was me in David's place, I would have died of shock. Reportedly, the police found 2 more bodies in the castle's courtyard. It's a complete mystery, but tell me, what is going to happen to Elenovision now? The doctor's concerned he's a fan. Out of business till we find a new vocalist. I have a feeling we'll never find somebody like David. That said, Elenovision won't break up as long as David's alive. We wait until he wakes up and climbs up on stage again. Right? But what about the band? We know about the man. What about the band? You said it. I'm a fan of his too. I feel like if we were to disband, we'd never be able to listen to his songs again. Damn, that is like the highest fucking respect that a band member can give his bandmate. I was a fan. I'm in the band and I was a fan. I feel the same way. Come hell or high water, I want to keep Elenovision alive. Anything to hear David sing again. His rage spent, David lost consciousness and never woke up. Was his mind unable to cope with the mighty powers of the Devil King? Or had the sight of Susanna's gruesome death been too much for his heart? Wow, and then we got credits. So that was another bad end. These were all the bad ends. The only good end was when they ran away and had the kid. I guess the mirror's coma ending could technically be a good ending because it was implied that he'd wake back up. Alright, let's see if we can go back to the other path where he didn't tell Susanna right away. Let's see if we can do that. I think it's slot 7. I hope it's slot 7. Hopefully. Guess we'll find out. Yeah, we gotta do this. He died of sepsis. He hadn't pooped the entire game and he died of sepsis. That was a really cool ending because of all the spell casting that they were. Okay. Where the hell are we now? So who were those robed creeps, Susanna? They looked kind of like a bunch of white sorcerers. Okay. I don't think we've run into any major... Yes. All right, so now, just to keep everybody up to speed, now we're at the part where he didn't tell Susanna about the letter, and he ended up meeting with a associate of the King of the North, which ended up being a huge trap. It ended up being a huge trap. They ended up meeting up in they ended up going to Stonehenge because they thought they were going to meet up with the King of the North at Stonehenge, and they almost got assassinated. The cops rescued them. So we're here now. Thank you for saving us. They were northern sorcerers. If it weren't for your timely intervention, they would have killed us with one of their curses. So we did it. We did it. Okay, save 7 was untouched. Now we can get the last 2 endings? Because we're up to like 5 endings now, right? The sacrifice endings that got merged in the FM Towns version. The we ran away and had a kid ending. The he fell in a coma and had a kid ending. And the she died and the rest of the band is upset about it, but they vowed to stay together. So we only have 2 endings left. This is some kind of war between northern and dark sorcerers. I bet my ass that the other car we crossed carried more of them. Let me guess, it's all because of the Star of Darkness. Yeah, they got jumped by druids. So we're back at the part where they got jumped by druids. We got all of the worst endings out of the way, it feels like. So we weren't supposed to tell Susanna right, or we weren't supposed to tell Susanna. Because the truth of the matter is the Devil King is also evil. You must really be good detectives if you figured out that much. I must ask you not to delve any deeper than this if you care for your lives. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm telling you for your own safety. I'm really grateful for your help. I mean it. Okay, we'll speed it up a little. But I don't want to speed it up too fast just in case. That reporter Connors, after his parents died, he was raised by the Archbishop. Yeah. I'm a Stratfordian born and raised, and that's why he looked familiar. He was an altar boy at the church. His mysterious benefactor could be Archbishop Mellis. Okay. Are you guys detectives? How do you know about Susanna? Clark and his friend have been following since our tour of Europe. Yeah, because she always knew. Why would 2 detectives at the service of the King of the North help us? Believe it or not, it's a coincidence. We followed you to the circle, but you didn't do anything weird, so we went back, and then we doubled back. Yeah, now we have to fight the King of the North head-on alone. And there are 2 different opportunities to do this, and I feel like the first opportunity is death. I figured they were up to no good, so I threatened them with my gun. I'm actually a big fan of yours, so I recognized you right away. That's why I opened the door and waited in the car. I had no idea they really wanted to kill you. Just love that. I'm a big fan of yours. I see. If you hadn't come, the curse of the King of the North would have killed us for sure. We owe you our lives. I have to say, this is a way better band horror movie than Queen of the Damned. Could you take us to a car rental? They broke my car, and I really want to get out of here as soon as possible. This is cool. I agree. It's safer to go to the police. We can be your witnesses. Cool. The police will force us to stay and hide us somewhere, but the curse of the King of the North can be cast from a distance as long as he knows where we are. Yeah, she did mention that, didn't she? I missed that. The police will never believe in the existence of sorcery, or I forgot it. So they won't do anything about it. The only way to be safe is to escape the King of the North's notice. Curse that can kill people sounds like hogwash to me. Everything about you guys is so weird. Ah, whatever, let's find a rent-a-car. Even though Clark has been researching the Devil King for quite a while, he was still skeptical about the existence of magic. I agree, and there's one with even more endings that I'm gonna play later this Terrortober. It's a game called Otogiriso, and it's famous for having one major impact on two of my favorite horror game directors. And I can't remember either of their names, but it was the guy who directed the original Silent Hill and the guy who directed the Fatal Frame games. Both had a shared interest in directing horror games inspired by the storytelling in Otogiriso, which is a Super Nintendo sound novel, not a visual novel. Big difference between small difference actually, between a visual novel and a sound novel. You probably heard of both before. A visual novel is like this, where there's a lot of pictures. There's a lot of, there's pictures, there's text on the bottom. The pictures are usually completely unobscured. Those are visual novels. Sound novels are similar, as in they have art and pictures and stuff, but they aren't as important, and the text usually just covers the whole screen. And the sound design has a shitload of attention to it. So it's almost like a radio play that you read. And that's what Otogiriso is, and I think it was like the first one. I think it was like the first sound novel. And those guys would go on to make like Night of the Sickle Weasel and all these like horror classics in that genre. Clark stopped in front of the neon sign of a car rental. Well, here we are. I don't know much about this sorcery stuff, but take care of yourselves. I'm glad that we killed them endings were bad. The King of the North will learn what happened soon, but now that you've helped us, your own lives could be in danger. It would be best if you left the UK for a while. Oh, we're done with this investigation. We'll hide our butts somewhere if we ever feel threatened. Have a good one. They're out. They're gone. They drove off. They sped off towards London. The northern tribesmen are going after us. I don't think it's safe to go back to your apartment. Why don't we head for Hayworth? Okay, here we go. That's where I was born. The sorcerers there, old friends of my mother's. They'll keep you safe. Hey, Stay Fluff, welcome in. We know that the King of the North is the Archbishop of St. Radford's Church. Instead of running, we should go talk to him. The first of two final choices that I know of. David, he wants to kill you. He'll never listen. Unless you actually meant fighting him. So what do? Do we go to Hayworth or fight him? David's car stopped at a crossroads. He could take the road that led to Hayworth or one that led to Stratford. He weighed his options. Should he run to the countryside or take his fight to St. Radford's Church? I'm gonna save in slot 1. I've already got this in slot 7, but I don't care. I want another one just in case. Radford's Church. Here we go. We're taking the fight to him. Everything else has fucked us, but now we know. We know where he is. And we're not playing it by the dark sorcery playbook, which is something that can be ninja. It's something that the Devil King would never expected. David took the A34 road passing through Oxford, headed for Stratford. There were few other cars in the middle of the night, so his right foot floored the gas pedal most of the time. Actually, give me 1 second. I need some tea or something. I gotta see what beverages there are. I'll be right 2 seconds. I also gotta, like, pee real bad. I'll be right back.
Evil Dead 2, Dead by Dawn.
What's wrong, Alice?
My parents are gone.
You know what?
What's wrong, Alice?
You cheated.
Something's broken.
What's broken, Alice?
I am.
You know what? You cheated.
But I don't want to go among mad people.
Ah, I'm back. I needed some beverage refreshment. You also got some tea, hell yeah. Debido. That sounds working way better than I expected. It's really good. I didn't expect it to sound that good. Because, like, it was such a wall of sound that I couldn't clean it up at all without losing the debido. So I had to have the whole noise. And I didn't think it would sound good, but it turned out really good. There were a few other cars in the middle of the night, so his right foot floored the gas pedal most of the time. Once we're in Stratford, we should drive along the River Avon. That'll lead us straight to St. Radford. Driving like this doesn't feel real. It's like I'm in one of my nightmares. Oh, that's delicious, Axe Keeper. That's. See, I just slammed some tea in the goblet. The mug. It's a mug. It's a stainless steel. It's like this steel mug. I don't know where I got this, but it's so sick. Probably at some secondhand store years ago. Wow. From 2012. It's got like crossed revolvers on it. It's cool as fuck. I don't know if you can see, you can't see it at all. Well, you kind of can. It's got like these crossed 45 revolvers. It's not. It's just full of ice. Believe me, I wish it was only not a nightmare. I had no idea that Northern Tribesmen would go that far. I was gonna gather the other Dark Sorcerers in my household in Hayworth, come up with a plan to protect you. I guess you really are a sorceress, huh? What sorts of magic can you do? Something Lemmy would drink out of. Oh, for sure. Oh, it looks heavy. It looks like heavy. Yeah, it does. It looks sick. It is literally a metal as fuck mug. I can't cast killing curses like the King of the North does, but I can make all sorts of magical concoctions. I can also cast protective barriers and something similar to hypnotism. But I can't cast any offensive spells. She's a support mage. Remember what King Hroth said. Only by laying your eyes on the blood of the northern tribes will the power of the Devil King awaken. If we want to survive, you must awaken the Devil King. Oh, but that's bad. That's bad. We can't awaken the Devil King. He's one of the main antagonists. That's why we're going to Stratford. Still, I don't know if I can actually kill another man. They might kill me before I get another chance. I think I might be able to combine my sorcery with the power of the Devil King that flows in your veins. If I'm successful, we'll have a powerful weapon at our disposal. If I fail, well, at least we'll die together. I think King Hroth is protecting us. If those detectives hadn't arrived before the King of the North, we would have died. I don't think that was a coincidence. The river Avon came into view. David drove his car upstream, with the river on his right. After a while, St. Radford's Church was in sight. I'll get the car as close as I can. We need to hurry. People will get suspicious at this late at night, and they might inform the Archbishop. David stopped his car near the church. St. Radford's Church was located just outside Stratford. Being a small town, it would be unnatural for anyone to be walking around its premises. It was 3 a.m. David and Susanna took a deep breath and got out of the car. The church was in front of them. There's the church, guys. If the Archbishop really is the King of the North. Oh, you can probably get a better look at those guns. Yeah, the fucking gun sign. Kind of. If it's not completely washed out. Yeah, you can kind of see that. If the Archbishop really is the King of the North, he shouldn't be back yet. If there was a good time to take a look around, this is it. Still, there could be northern tribesmen inside, waiting for the king to return. Yeah. I was like, I have to have this. I need this. We'll have to fight him sooner or later. And it also keeps shit really cold. Like a metal, anything metal that you drink out of is gonna stay cold. We'll have to fight him sooner or later, so we should take a look. If there's anyone inside, we'll fight them, as long as we can take them. They forget the magic of gun. They should have brought guns. They should have asked one of the detectives for his gun. David tried pushing the front gate. Once he realized it was slightly ajar, he pushed it open and stepped inside. The chapel was illuminated by small lights. There was a door at the other side of the hall. If the Archbishop really is the King of the North, there should be a sorcery altar around. I doubt he'd keep it out there in public, so it's probably in the basement. I feel like this could be a bad path and that we would have gotten something from running away at first. But we'll see. They walked to the other door. It was not locked. They opened it and stepped inside. Oh, ceramic is really good for that too, yeah. One of those with a nice... Oh, yeah. They found themselves in a dark, unlit corridor. David returned to the chapel to get a candle. Now, with a source of light, they walked through the corridor. There might be a light switch somewhere. Then again, turning on the lights wouldn't be very inconspicuous. It's best to use a candle. They turned left at the end of the corridor. There was a door along the wall to their right. The corridor continued on. nice Camelback thermos that keeps things real cold for like a day. I've got my Yeti cup, my old-ass Yeti cup. It's just undecorated, like, just plain metal. You guys have seen that one. That'll keep things cold forever, for like days. I have seen ice unmelted for over 24 hours in that thing. It's crazy. They turned left at the end of the corridor. There was a door along the wall to their right. The corridor continued on. Not even on a cold day, like on a lukewarm day. They opened the door and stepped inside. There's papers and documents everywhere. This must be the office. The Archbishop's quarters would be more luxurious than this. When you were 19 or 20, friends thought it would be a good idea to go on a hike with camelbacks full of wine. That sounds sick. There might be a list of... Yeah, that sounds like a good time. There might be a list of northern families somewhere. Let's take a look. David flicked through the papers by the candlelight, but he did not find anything useful. We'd have to look through these calmly, but there's no time for that. Let's leave. Well, the exploration was a failure. That's a bad sign. They returned to the corridor and pressed on. The corridor turned right. The candle's feeble light did not reach far, and it was too dark to see what light at the end. As they walked forward, they found another door on the right wall, this time with a more ornate design. The corridor continued on. I bet this is his room. Let's find out. Wait, there's light breaking through the door. There might be someone inside. He approached the door, focused his senses. I think it's empty. Let's go in. David opened the door. He was using his magical spider sense. What a gorgeous room. It has to be the Archbishop's. There's nobody inside. The lights are on, so somebody must have been here until recently. There was nobody in the chapel, so they might be somewhere further down the corridor. I have a feeling there might be a hidden door that leads to the basement in this room. After all, this room is very private. Nobody would see him leave. It's possible, but I don't see anything that looks like a hidden door. David and Susanna searched the room, but they were unable to find anything. We don't have much time. Let's move on. They left the room and went further down. They kept walking until the end, where they found a door. This is the last one. If there's anyone in here, they must be beyond this door. Stay sharp.
Unplug my nose in your direction, sons of a window dresser.
Sounds like there's someone on the other side. Sounds French. David put his ear to the door, trying to sense the presence of other people. It's fine, I don't think that anyone's in here either. Carefully open the door. Stairs. Down to the basement. It's completely dark. It doesn't seem like anyone's down there. They walk down the stairs, lighting the way with a candle. I kind of wish there were more, like, big-budget Japanese adventure games like Shadow of Destiny. Like, just those big, fully 3D adventure games that are basically this. That's what I love so much about Shadow of Destiny, is that it was basically this, only on a much, like, a higher budget where you were running around in a big map and talking to people that way. It was. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find my copy. I don't see it. It's somewhere. This is just a storage room. It's no place for an altar. Hey, welcome back, sugars. We got 5 endings out of 7. We're getting the last 2. Guess we won't find anything in here. Let's go back. They walked up the stairs and returned to the corridor. We didn't find any stairs to the 2nd floor. I wonder if there's another door in the chapel. I didn't notice one, but I'd like to check out the Archbishop's room again. There has to be something we missed. There has to. Yeah, they didn't find anything. Agreed. If there's a convenient place for those sorcerers to go in and out unnoticed, it would be that room. Sweet Pea's being cuddly. Hi, Sweet Pea. It's probably that bookshelf in the back with all the, like, harsh line work. David and Susanna returned to the Archbishop's room. Why don't we try pulling books from the bookcase? There might be a hidden lever. They look behind every single book, to no avail. Wait, look! The bookcase is moving. Someone's coming back! We have to hide before they find us! Under the desk, quick! David and Susanna hid under the Archbishop's large desk. The bookcase moved sideways. Beyond it was a corridor. The passage was large enough to allow a single person to pass through. An old man, about 70 years old, came out of the passage. He put a finger somewhere on the wall in the room, and the bookcase slid again to cover the way. Once he walked out of the room, he turned on the ceiling lights, which made the corridor bright. Then he closed the door. David and Susanna heard the sound of his footsteps moving away. Quick, jump him. Finally catching their breath, they crawled out from under the desk. They approached the wall that the old man had touched. There was a switch embedded in the wall. Let's go to the basement. I bet the altar's in there. The altar might give us some hints as to what sort of magic they can cast. Let's go. David patted the wall looking for the switch. Eventually, he found it and the bookcase started sliding. David and Susanna went inside. I knew it. There are stairs going down. There has to be a different switch to close it, but there's no time to look for it now. They went down the stairs. Oh, what if we do this and then we go back and then we go back again? What if this is like the good ending path and I didn't make the wrong choice and I accidentally made like a good choice here? Once they reached the end of the staircase, they saw a door at the end. David opened the door and stepped inside. I'm thinking so. Like, if we kept running and then we went back again, we'd be less prepared than we would be now, if we escape now. We'll see what ending that has, in any case. We're gonna look at both options. David slumped to the floor, gripping his chest. My heart! It feels like I'm being stabbed! David, are you okay? Susanna saw the blood staining David's shirt. But there was no blade piercing him. It's a northern curse. Hang in there, David. It's all getting blurry. Susanna, I'm done for. Go save yourself. I don't understand. I'm trying to return the spell, but I can't sense it. Susanna looked around the room. There were no altars along the 4 walls. In the center of the room was a table with a dagger planted in the middle. It's the curse of the sorceress effigy. Hold on, David, I'll save you. Susanna desperately tried to pull the dagger out of the table, but it would not budge. When she took a closer look, she realized the dagger was planted on a picture of David, right in his heart. Every time she tried to move the dagger, David would writhe in pain. Eventually, David lay motionless in a pool of his own blood. As she looked at him in horror, several men came into the room. Among them was Connors, the entertainment reporter. He's dead! I am Archbishop Mellis. You sorcerers know me as the King of the North. When I learned that David had inherited the blood of the Devil King, I had to get rid of him. Under normal circumstances, I would have spared your life, Susanna. However, I know that you are pregnant with his child. Thus, you must share his fate. So you really were the King of the North. How'd you know we'd be coming? According to Lord Mellis, those men who helped you were detectives under our service. One of them was someone Lord Mellis knew very well. In fact, I remember him as well. It stands to reason that he'd tell you about us, so I called the church to prepare for your arrival. Opening the door to this room would activate the curse. Oh, shit. I shouldn't be this relieved that we're probably gonna get the best ending last. Susanna, with your death, the blood of the Devil King will be severed, ushering in a peaceful world. This was never a battle between justice and evil. It was only ever a battle for revenge. I must kill you. That much is unavoidable. But that said, I am a servant of God. I shall pray for your souls, so that you and David may spend eternity together in heaven. Connors, there is no need to cast the killer curse upon her. Send her to God using your dagger. Didn't the shepherds later on, like, call the King of the North himself God? I would have liked to witness your great power in action, my lord, but I shall do as you say. Connors took out his dagger and approached Susanna. Yeah. I want you to know that this is nothing personal. I must follow his orders. Please don't hold it against me. The moment Connors raised his dagger, Susanna quickly pulled out the dagger from the table, launching herself at her executioner. Now that the curse is over, she could have pulled it out. The two daggers hit their marks at the same time. Both Connors and Susanna's hearts had been pierced. This is a small-time ending. She killed the small-time guy. They collapsed next to David, their blood pouring out onto the floor. King of the North, no, Connors! My act of kindness cost him his life. David, you're still alive! He lived! David, who had been thought to be dead, stood up, blood still pouring from his chest. You have underestimated the strength of my blood. Though faintly, David's heart is still in fact beating. My power was able to keep it alive, even under the influence of your sorceress effigy. King of the North, through your naivete, I have witnessed the blood of Connors, a northern tribesman. As long as David's heart is beating, he shall awaken as the Devil King and cast eternal curses upon you. Still bleeding, David began to cast a spell aimed at the King of the North. Look at those puppy dog eyes. Arrgh! So good. Blood began to gush out of the King of the North's face. At the sight of the bloodied face of their king, the northern sorcerers fled from the room in panic. Blood kept gushing out of the King of the North's body. His robes were stained in the crimson liquid, and soon he was lying in a pool of his own blood. This is a very, gory game. Look how tiny she is. She's like hugging his entire giant head. But once the King of the North had breathed his last, David had also collapsed. It's the angle. She's dead, a bit farther away here. In the basement of St. Radford's Church in Stratford, the ancient grudge between the Devil King and the King of the North had finally been dispelled from the world. That was the shortest ending. Alright, that's 6. That's 6 endings. I think we got lucky. We had a 1 in 6 chance of getting the best ending last, but I think we may have actually done it. I think we've actually saved the best for last, purely by happenstance. Okay. Pretty sure it was this save. We'll have to go extra fast. Okay, so now we gotta run away. We gotta run away. We have to run from our problems. We can fast forward all the way to when the cops leave, because that's when it, we'll fast forward all the way to when the cops leaves, because that's when it starts getting to the point where it may come to that choice. As you can see, though, I can't hold. I have to barely tap the button. Otherwise, it'll skip the choice. If I hold it down, it really shows. Yeah, like that. So I'm like barely tapping this. David Spade. I read David Spade. Whatever happened to David Spade? He was in like some movie where for some reason he played a guy who was like way younger than he actually is. And it was like some weird romantic comedy on Netflix, I think. It was some Happy Madison production. Okay. Alright. We're getting there. Alright, the crossroad. Okay, so we have to run right now. We have to run right now. Yeah, he's still around. He's still doing stuff. That's true. That is true, Fenris Wolf. I actually watched Happy Gilmore 2. And I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it. It wasn't as good as Happy Gilmore 1, but it was better than the average modern Happy Madison slop. Benchwarmers is pretty underrated. I remember that one. If I go to St. Radford's Church, I'm only asking to die. Let's hide in the countryside and try to come up with a plan. Alright. We've done this earlier. They're gonna deal with the shepherds. The crazy-ass shepherds. And this has to be the right path. Because we made the wrong choice and we still lived. Right? So this is it was saying you're on the right track and you got really close, but here you go. Here's your boring ending. Maybe it is the best ending, though. That means we have to hit this, There they are. Yeah, they are, yeah, these are the guys who call the Archbishop God himself. They call him God. Like, their God is the King of the North. Yeah, how dare you call our god a sorcerer? And of course, this is another nightmare. Because they end up stabbing him. And they turn into knights. They turn into knights and stab him. Okay. And then we're gonna be meeting up with bits of her family. Yeah, we end up going to the castle. We end up going to the castle, but things are different. Like, the situation is way different. Okay, now they're seeing the shepherds again. But now they're scared, and they're like, oh shit, these guys are definitely the same guys. And it says David has to make a choice here, but there's no choice here. He just immediately... He literally just drives through the sheep. And then gets the hell out of there. Okay. Yeah, it's an illusion. Yeah, basically. He had a choice to make. We're making it for you. There are too many endings already. Okay, so they meet up with the lands. I don't know how much time we have, or how long it is until... Okay, you know what? I should save here. I feel like that's gonna be a checkpoint. I think we're good, though. I think it's only one choice until we get the actual ending. But now I think we can skip the, Yeah. I never would have imagined the King of the North himself was after you. Tell me more. Yep, Susanna told him everything. She knows about the letter now, even though we didn't strictly tell her. He told her later. And I thought it was a bad idea then, but now it's obviously a good idea. That might have been possible when he didn't know about us yet, but now I think you should leave England and wait until the Star of Darkness leaves Earth. Yeah, he wants us to leave England. Because that would probably be, like, the best chance we have. We can defend ourselves from a spell cast by a northern sorcerer, but not one cast by the King of the North. I'll contact Greg and join you at the castle as soon as possible. We have to make our choice quickly before it's too late. Okay. Susanna took the castle's keys and left the house with David. She placed her hopes on Lance, but she felt weak after hearing his opinion. I thought he was willing to fight with us, but I guess age caught up with him. Greg is younger, but I'm sure he'd be able to capture a northern tribesman. I'll be honest, Susanna, I don't think we should fight either. What can two sorcerers do against their organization? I have this power, but I can't control it. I wish the Devil King inside me would tell me his opinion. We'll start here, because we might as well, we're near the end. It seems that the power only manifests when you're sleeping or unconscious. It's likely that only once your two consciousnesses merge together will you be able to control the power of the Devil King. But we already know a consciousness merge isn't gonna happen. He's just gonna take over and bleep my ass. There's the castle. So that's your house? I feel like I've seen it before, but I've never been to Hayward. When was it? A small castle came into view on an otherwise empty hill. David turned the wheel right and stepped on the gas, driving towards the castle. In Father Axekeeper, that is the best way to describe it. It was as good as I could have expected Happy Gilmore 2 to turn out. As in, it wasn't shitting all over the first movie, and actually did some interesting things, which I didn't expect. It actually even made me laugh every now and then, which I also kinda didn't expect. I didn't expect so many jokes in that movie to land. He stopped in front of the gate, which Susanna unlocked with the key. Once the car passed through the gate, Susanna locked it shut once again. David and Susanna looked around the castle. Lance and his wife had already cleaned up the dining room and Susanna's room, so she began to prepare their meal. We arrived ahead of schedule, so only a few rooms are ready. The dining room and my room are clean, so we can live here a while. Alright, let's save. If it weren't for the King of the North, this would have been our fun holiday. Why does it have to be like this? It's ready. You must be starving. We've been on the run since last night. David had no appetite. He could feel the King of the North breathing down his neck. But when Susanna placed a plate in front of him, he started eating ravenously. After the meal, David started feeling sleepy, and yet he didn't want to sleep, fearing he might have another nightmare. Now that I'm full, I'm feeling sleepy. Why don't we both sleep in my room? Okay. I'm sleepy as well, but I might have another nightmare. Promise to wake me up if you think I'm having one. David and Susanna went to sleep in their room. After some time, she woke him up. What happened? Sorry, you were sleeping soundly and I considered not waking you up. But I thought you'd have a nightmare if I left you alone. Is it night already? Yeah, I was just sleeping, no dreams at all. I wonder why Hroth didn't show himself. Considering the situation, I thought he'd tell me what to do. Maybe he's at a loss, just like we are. Come on, let's go downstairs and wait for Mr. Lance. Susanna took a lit candle and walked down the stairs to the dining room with David. Then she made some coffee to stave off sleep. According to David's watch, it was 11 p.m., but Lance was nowhere to be seen. The castle had no telephone, so they could only wait. Around midnight, they heard the sound of a car engine and they saw the gate opening. The car's headlights shone through the window. Lance came running, leaving the car outside. Susanna hurried to open the door. Susanna and Lance entered the dining room. about Greg. He's dead. It must have been the King of the North's deathly curse. He may have opened that hidden bookshelf then. I called him and he said he'd come as soon as possible, but he was taking too long and I was worried. Then he called me on the phone. He was calling from a restaurant outside Hayworth. He said he noticed a car tailing him. I told him to stay there and that I'd come to him instead. He told me not to come, that it was too dangerous, and hung up. I decided to go anyway and drove towards that restaurant. Then I found him right at the entrance of Hayworth. His car was smashed and and he was dead. I didn't see anyone nearby. There's never been any robberies around these parts. He was killed by northern tribesmen. I'm sure of it, Susanna. You and David must leave at once. There's no time for discussions. You have to leave England before it is too late. That's impossible. I left my passport at the office. Let's go back to London. If we floor it, the King of the North shouldn't be able to catch us. Nonsense. You should go to Scotland instead. You can have your passports mailed to you and then leave the country by boat. What should we do, David? Do you want to run from the King of the North? Let's give it another save. This is the point of no return coming up. I'm willing to go to the other side of the planet to live with you. I hate the idea of running away without a fight. What about the dark sorcerers who gave their lives for us? We were born to protect the bloodline. I too am willing to give my life to prevent the northern tribesmen from following you. That is our fate. You shouldn't be throwing your life away for us. Nobody should have to die like this, damn it. If it weren't for the King of the North. It is your fate to run, David. If you oppose your fate, your blood will be severed and the soul of King Hroth will wander aimlessly for all eternity. David did not care about fate and would rather avenge the deaths of all the sorcerers who died for his sake. However, when he saw Lan's tears rolling down his cheeks, he remained silent. He could not insult Lan's resolve like that. It's up to you, David. We were born to follow you. Your will is the will of King Hroth's. After listening to Susanna's words, David knew that making this choice was also fate. He decided to stay in the castle. Alright, here we go. This is it, guys. This is it, guys. It won't take, yeah. The ultimate mega super ending. Could it be the best ending, or is it just gonna be a lame ending where they die? It's so up in the air, I can't tell. Also, I guess Susanna killed Claire. I don't know who killed Claire. Did you make up your mind? I want to stay here and fight. Even if I ran away, I'd spend the rest of my days haunted by nightmares. If fighting is the fate King Hroth gave me, then fighting is what I'll do. At least not yet. Maybe they will. Maybe they will, Dana. The King of the North hasn't won yet. If we can shed the blood of the northern tribes, we'll revive the power of the Devil King. We can still win. If that is our fate, then we can openly accept it. I'll fight as long as I draw breath. As long as the King of the North himself doesn't show up, my sorcery should be able to handle the northern tribesmen. Quiet. I hear a car. More than one. It has to be them. Lans went outside to check the situation and came back in a hurry. How many are there? 3 cars. They're close to the gate. Hurry to the basement and cast a magic tetragon to protect David. We shouldn't split up. Come with us. Yeah, right. It's like fucking 38 cars outside, including cops. No, I'll hide here and ambush them. We wouldn't stand a chance if we faced them head on, not even together. If we can lead them to the basement, their victory will be ours. Their blood must be spilled. I'll wager my life on this. The rest is up to you. I know. I won't die until the Devil King is revived. Let us meet again on the Star of Darkness. One by one, the cars crossed the gate. So curious. It's doing big loading. Big loading is happening, guys. Susanna grabbed David's hand, and they ran into the corner leading down the basement. Ran into the corridor leading down to the basement, holding a candle. At the end of the corridor, they turned left. After a while, they reached a door. Susanna opened the door. Beyond it was a staircase going down. They're going down the interrogation room. At the bottom of the staircase was a wine cellar. Further on, there was another door. Susanna opened it. It was too dark to see anything. After Susanna lit the candles on the wall, an altar came into view. When she lit its candles, the altar looked as if it was floating. Various ritual tools were lined on top of it. She took 4 clay figures and placed them on specific markings on the floor. The markings seemed to point to the 4 cardinal directions. I'm ready to cast the Tetragon. It's a magic barrier that can repel even the strongest northern sorcery. As long as you don't leave it, you'll be fine. What if they brought weapons? It might stop a spell, but I doubt it'll stop a bullet. The King of the North will be casting his curse, so he won't be coming here personally. Whoever comes here will know that I'm casting a spell, so they will try to kill me. While they're distracted, you should stab them with this dagger and look at their blood. I am a dark sorceress. I'm more than glad to sacrifice myself to stop the King of the North. So you're just gonna die. Screw that. I'd rather run if I have to lose you to defeat the King of the North. It's not like I want to die. King Roth will save me if he thinks he needs me. That's why I must be ready for anything to win. The wine reminded you of Song of Ice and Fire, where Martin said of 3 to 4 years ago, saying that the 6th book was 75% done. And recently he said it was 65 to 70. Finish your book, George! Damn it! George! Whatever the hell you're doing right now, stop it and start writing. Susanna closed the door, picked up a dagger from the altar, and gave it to David. Yeah, no, I don't think it is. I've accepted it too, Fenris Wolf. I'm still gonna give him shit about it, just because he was so mean. Just because he was so backhanded about J.R.R. Tolkien, even though he made up one of his middle names so he could have 2 middle names that started with R, just like Tolkien. He then goes on and is like, well, he didn't talk about, well, the hobbits should have been fucking constantly, and there should have been constant hobbit sex scenes. And we don't really know what Aragorn's tax policy is, do we? And he was just being this dick about J.R.R. Tolkien, even though he made up one of his middle names. Made up one of his middle names. So he could have 2 middle R initials. Yeah, he's watching Idol Master. And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Let me see if I can find that. Wonder how well sourced that is. Yeah, he was born George Raymond Martin. He was born George Raymond Martin, and he changed it to George Raymond Richard Martin, so he would have 2 middle names. It should have been. It should have been Axekeeper. He should have 3 middle R's. If he's that like obsessed with being better than Tolkien, then he should have made it 3 middle names that started with R. George R. Martin. Should have made it 3 R's. Kind of one up him. Susanna closed the door, picked up a dagger from the altar, and gave it to David. This is a cursed dagger. A single scratch, and all blood will gush out from their body. Can you do it? God, what is with... They're like the fucking bloodletting wizards. All of our spells are extremely blood... Like fucking blood draining. Every spell they've cast, like, blood will just all fucking pour out of their bodies. All of it. Interrogation spell, bloodletting.
Oh my god! So much blood!
I don't think I can go for the vitals. But if I just need to scratch them anywhere, I should be fine. Susanna, please don't get yourself killed. Do you think Mr. Lands is fine? Well, he was. Ah, my body! My veins feel burning! Ah! It's the curse of the King of the North. David, remember the plan. Susanna started chanting her spell and David's pain subsided. While David could hear Susanna's spell, he could not hear the King of the North's chant. After some time, Susanna's forehead was beaded with sweat. Her chant seemed to be losing its intensity. It's a good scream. I agree, Bangle. It's a very good scream. I'll add it to the scream roll, too. David stared at the door, dagger at the ready, but nobody seemed intent on opening it. Then, someone screamed beyond the door. David thought it was the voice of Lands. His ambush must have failed, and he had been killed. Then he heard the footsteps of people coming down the stairs. Lands had successfully led them their way. Alright, let's see if it works. The door quaked with a dull sound. The northern tribesmen were ramming on it. On the third strike, the door gave in. In order to protect Susanna, David was prepared to kill whoever came in first, but nobody came. He looked at Susanna, who was still chanting her spell. Then a metal lump rolled across the floor, stopping near them. It was followed by more metal lumps. Is it grenades? It's grenades! They threw grenades! Suddenly, a series of explosions rocked the basement. The metal lumps had been grenades. Neither David nor Susanna had time to realize it before the explosion enveloped them. Grenades are stronger than spells. A man came down the stairs. It was Archbishop Mellis of St. Radford's Church, also known as the King of the North. Fools! Spells are not necessarily your best assets. No shit! No wonder the northern tribes won! Spells are not necessarily your best assets. We live in an age of science. In modern warfare, victory goes to whoever employs the best weapons. This was never a battle of good and evil. Its only purpose was severing, once and for all, the blood of the King of the North, or the blood of the Devil King. Now that the blood of the Devil King is no more, mine has lost its meaning. I have brought an end to the ancient battle that has continued for centuries. As a servant of God, I have slain not men, but dark demons. Let us leave. Tonight we will dream of the death of the demon. Tomorrow we will wake up and in time forget. The King of the North and his followers went up the stairs in the basement. Nothing was left of David and Susanna. Are you kidding? The cars of the northern tribesmen were gone. Illuminated by starlight, the castle seemingly floated alone in the darkness. In a corner of the sky, one star was rapidly losing its light as if mourning the loss of its master. Holy shit! It was like a broken mirror whose fragments were sinking into the depths of the ocean, drifting deeper and deeper. Holy shit! Is that really all? That's all of them. So the best end, we got the best ending first. We got like the good ending where they lived first. No, you know what? You know what? Melis did good. That was probably the best ending. I think that was definitely the best ending. None of them, like, the only good ending was running away. The only good ending was running off and having the kid, and they were, like, happy together, and they even met up with the fucking jock sorceress. Game ended with a bang. I gotta say, I liked that ending a lot. I did not expect that. You did good, but your efforts just weren't enough. That was awesome. That was so good. No, this game was sick. This game was sick. The grenade ending. Yeah, you know what? You know what? King of the North won that. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna give that to him. I'm definitely gonna give that to him. Magic is lame. Grenades. Grenades are the way to win wars. That's true, it did. But, like, the escape ending I considered, like, the good ending. Just because David and Susanna survived. They had their kid. Their kid wasn't going to be doing anything. And the band was still together, and it was just life as usual. They even met up with the King of the North, and it didn't matter. He even blessed the kid. But it wasn't as, like, insane as, like, the Mirrors ending. Any of the endings in the other route were all awesome. They were dark, but they were all awesome. Is that Max von Sydow? And then there was the, but the grenade ending was best ending. That was the best, that was the best ending. Especially if it was the last ending you got, you assumed, oh man, this has to be the ultimate mega ending. Well, that was Mirrors, guys. That was Mirrors. There it is. What an amazing game. What an amazing game. How are we gonna top that? Well, there is a game that could probably top it. It's not Kingsfield. I need to get rid of these background images, actually. It's not Kingsfield. It's Juggernaut. I'm going to show you guys a little sneak preview of the opening of Juggernaut, which is part of which is a game in an adventure game company in Japan that I've been very interested in for a long time. I'll bet Duck Station wants to update again since I haven't opened it in over a day. I'm amazed. We're going to just take a quick look at this. We're not going to play it tonight. But we are going to preview it. No, the next game isn't Marine Filth. We'll be playing Marine Filth, but not right now. We'll be playing Marine Filth later. No, I've got a schedule. I'm kind of trying to mix things up a little. Tonkin House. That was a good one, guys. Jericho. Mirrors was fantastic. I liked all the endings were interesting in some way. Even the boring ending, you know, at least he got to stay with his band and stay with his wife. Wow, we got the good ending first. But now our future is Juggernaut. It's a fucking clown. Evil! My girlfriend was supposed to come to my house in the morning, but she had not shown up yet. She was always punctual, but she had not even called me. Did something happen to her? Will. If this is a will game, And Will is apparently fucking insane with its adventure games. Oh yeah, we'll be getting to Marineville, we'll be getting to Dead of the Brain 2. I've got some other surprises in store. Terrortober has only just begun. And it's on schedule. Juggernaut might be insane. Juggernaut, I was looking at playthroughs to see how long to beat it was, and I was seeing like 11-hour playthroughs of this game. So this is probably going to be a few days. Oh, damn. Typing of the Dead was a long time ago. I actually played it. He said I should come to my girlfriend's house immediately. Somebody called. He was polite, yet firm. I hurried to my love, not knowing something so shockingly dreadful was about to happen. You forget how long it took McCall? Oh, of course McCall played. It took him 3 streams. It'll probably take me 2 or 3 streams. It's a long game. It's a big, long game. I don't know anything about it other than that Will produced it and they made a lot of crazy adventure games. And that it's a PS1 game that's apparently absolutely worth it. But we're gonna have to play it. We're gonna have to play it. See, what's a good... Oh, you know what? Do this. We're gonna have to play it next time. Typing of the Dead was fantastic. I played the Typing of the Dead games on, like, my first Terrortober year, I think. You can find the, the VOD on my YouTube. Here's my YouTube. You may be able to find it. If it's not unprivated. I may have to start, like, unprivating shit, but it should... What? Hold up. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's my YouTube. There's my Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord, feel free. We just have fun facts and shit. I got people to thank. Thank you guys for coming in. Retro Brindle, Bandish 3D. Adventure Josh, thank you for the 100 bits. Ralph, thank you for the 6 months. Thanatos, thank you for the raid. Fishcult, thank you for the 6 gift subs. Will, thank you for the 20 months. Fishcult, thank you for the 14 months. El Niso Gaio, thank you for the 32 months. Guys, you guys are all so fucking awesome. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, it's just gonna mostly be a VOD channel, Axekeeper. It'll just mostly be VODs. Because I can't store VODs on Twitch since the whole VODpocalypse. So I just put them all straight on YouTube. And they should pop up semi-regularly. They should pop up semi-regularly. I want you guys to enjoy your Wednesday, clear the hump. Be back here Thursday night, 7 p.m. Central Time, right here on twitch.tv/CyberTruckerAlpha, where we're gonna see what Juggernaut is all about. I'm really curious about it. I've been curious about it for years. Years. In the meantime, let's see who's online. There's always somebody online on Twitch. Who could be online? Let's see. Is Dobby Low online? We should find David Astley. Holy crap. Didn't he just stream? We'll say hi to Rig. We'll say hi to Rig. More Gaia bots running. We'll raid Rig. Rig is playing Path of Exile. I swear he, like, just streamed on his main account a while, not too long ago. But now he's, like, back on more Gaia bot. He's addicted to Path of Exile. I want you guys to have a great night. All of you guys. And until next time, as always, stay frosty. Yesterday. Have a great one, Dana, Bangle, Father Axe Keeper, Fragile Frame, Retro Brindle, not even Brindle, Retro Brindle, I guess. I don't know how to say that. Dana, Cybermind. Thank you, Cybermind, for helping translate Mirrors. That shit was amazing. I can't wait to play. I kind of owe PC88 stuff to you too. Thank you so big. Special thanks to Cybermind for helping that come along. This specific game stream would not have been possible without Cybermind. Bye, guys. Bye.